plan options from over 50 manufacturers. It's your best chance to save all year. Tickets at SeattleRVShow.com, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
That spice is 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Hi, my name is Khadijah, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick of the chicken. It's just the right amount of heat, and it gets me excited. And then, pro tip, add that cilantro lime sauce. It cools it down. If the sandwich is at 100, the cilantro lime takes it to 200. It makes me want to, tell all my friends and family.
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet. But we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
All eyes have been on the top 2 quarterback prospects this draft class, Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, and that's especially true considering the top 2 teams, the Titans and Browns, both need quarterbacks. But Penn State's Abdul Carter is making his case for going number 1 overall this spring. During this week's scouting combine in Indianapolis, Carter told reporters, quote, defensive players impact the game just as much as the quarterback. All the teams that have won Super Bowls, they have that one standout player. I feel like I'm that.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Bump, I really, really hate being wrong. I know that's news to you, but I'll also say that most people hate being wrong, and most people like feeling comfortable in their opinions. So, for instance, I have the opinion that Geno Smith is not like a top 5 quarterback, but good enough for this team to win with him. And I am of the opinion that because of that, and because I don't think a contract extension will be prohibitively expensive, I think they should give him a short-term extension and then invest in the offensive line and build up your team so that when you find his successor, you're a little more complete. That's my opinion. I know that you share that opinion, and I know a lot of other people who do. But I'm introducing this morning an opinion that challenges that, because I think it's good to kind of wonder, do I have rose-colored glasses with my own take on this kind of thing? So this is from John Middlecoff. It's a clip that I saw the other day on Twitter, and another reason I'm introducing it is I do think there are a lot of listeners that feel the way John does. And I want to be able to have that conversation fairly. So
I can't wait for y'all to hear this and for y'all to light up the text line. Please do.
Are you ready for it?
Yeah.
Okay. So after I play this sound, I just want you to tell me immediately what comes to mind. Like, just tell me your gut reactions to it and what you're feeling, okay? So I'll let you guys know it's about a minute long. Here we go.
Geno has an aggressive agent, and they've asked for extensions and or rework deals. After the 24 season, fans don't think he's going to play on this old deal anymore, and he'll hold out. Okay. Should we resign him or go into free agency? Clearly, they're not going to have Geno Smith on a $44 million cap hit. I'd have a hard time resigning him to anything other than kind of the number he's been playing on. Like, I can't pay you $40-50 million. Can't do it. My big issue, this always happens, what will you do without him? I don't know. We'll figure it out. We're not replacing Brett Favre in his prime here. This isn't 27-year-old Joe Montana. I think anytime that you get caught up is like, what will you do? I don't know. I found Geno Smith. I can find another Geno Smith. So I think sometimes that people freak out about like the middle of the road quarterback. Like this is not like, what would you do without Joe Burrow? Or a franchise would crumble. What would happen if Josh Allen disappeared tomorrow? What would happen if Geno Smith held out / we cut him / wasn't on our team next year? I don't know. I'd be interested to find out though.
Bump, your immediate thoughts.
They don't watch a lot of Seahawks games. I don't think they do. I think that if you paint the picture like they did and just generalize Geno and who he is when you compare his numbers and stuff to everything across the league, yeah, I can see that take. I understand where they're coming from. But I also think that they don't understand that this team is closer to being contenders than they think they are. And if you're looking at the Seattle Seahawks as just a team that's going to win 7-8 games next year and just be okay, then I can get your thought process when you associate Geno to this team.
Sure.
Rip the Band-Aid off for who? Who are you going to rip the Band-Aid off for? Now, Geno still has a year on his contract. He's looking for that extension. So you're saying rip the Band-Aid off, send him elsewhere. What are you going to get in return? You're not going to get a lot in return for Geno. You're not going to get a first, second-round pick or anything like that. You're going to get some later-round picks. Rip the Band-Aid off for who? For Russell Wilson? For Fields? For Donald, for Winston? For Drew Lock, for Trey Lance, for Mac Jones, for Teddy Bridgewater, for Desmond Ridder? Who are you ripping the Band-Aid off for? I think that plays a big part in, I think, our thought process when we look at what's out there and what we have and saying we might be better off just staying here. Who are you ripping the Band-Aid off for? You got some young guys coming up. You got Dart from Ole Miss. You got Ewers from Texas. Milroe from Bama. McCourt at Syracuse. You got Leonard from Notre Dame and a bunch of other guys. Can a rookie come in and make this team a playoff contender right now? Possibly. In the last 10 years, there have been 10 quarterbacks who, as rookies, have come in and taken their teams to the playoffs. Only 2 have won more than one playoff game. It's possible. So when you generalize everything like that and you're just looking at the surface, I get it. They're saying there might be a young quarterback that you can take. There might be a veteran that you can get for cheaper out there, but you're not looking at DK Metcalf. And if he gets an extension and when he comes back, JSN, you're not looking at this defense and how well they've been playing. This team is closer to being a playoff contender than this soundbite and these guys really understand our thing. So I'm just listening to them, and I think to myself, well, they don't watch a lot of Seahawks games, and they don't understand how close this team is and the pressure that Geno played under. Going back to your point. Rip the Band-Aid off for who? Whoever comes here, you still got to play behind this offensive line. So if you do rip the Band-Aid off and say you do send Geno elsewhere, you get a couple picks, what are you doing with that number 18 pick now? What are you doing? Are you going offensive line? Or are you going to go get one of these quarterbacks who are going to jump up in the draft because you ripped the Band-Aid off? So if you do go quarterback in that draft, so now you got to go big in free agency with this offensive line. You got to get Becton. You got to get James Daniels, who's worth 7.8. You got to get Dalton Risner, who's worth 3.4. There is a way to make this work with their thinking, but I think a lot of things have to happen. The safest bet for me is just to keep Geno for another year or two, stock up this offensive line, and see if you can grab someone elsewhere. There's nothing else out there for you right now that is better than Geno. So you're going to have to pay him a bit more and keep the Band-Aid on. I ain't ripping it off.
If you were to sit down with John Middlecoff, whose take this is, and say, look, if you did watch as much tape as I did, you'd see that what?
About Geno?
Yeah.
He works great under pressure. He makes good decisions for the most part. That he is an extreme competitor. He's one of the more accurate quarterbacks in the game. He was third in the league when it comes to yards and top 5 or 6 when it comes to completion percentages. There are some good things about Geno that are going to automatically take 2 or 3 steps back if you bring a young guy in here. I'm not saying Geno is the best and he is elite of the elite, But for this team, it's about fit. For this team right now, a team who I feel like can make the playoffs next year, you got to ride with him. Help him out. Before throwing him away, help him out. You did everything you could for that defense last year. You brought in a linebacker. You promoted Tyrese Knight. You let Kobe eat. You developed that defense. You didn't do much for that offense. So that's what I say. Give him a chance under this offense and supply him with some protection, and let's see what happens. But this is kind of like not a make or break year, but okay, let's see what you can do, Geno.
I tend to side with Benjamin Solak in this argument. Benjamin Solak and John Middlecoff both think the Seahawks should get another quarterback this offseason. John Middlecoff looks at it, the clip I just played you, as rip the Band-Aid off. The longer you stay committed to a middle-of-the-road quarterback, the longer you're in limbo. And you're just going to keep paying more money and more money to someone who is not catapulting you to the next level. Benjamin Solak looks at it and says, look, I think Geno, there's a chance we haven't even seen his ceiling.
Right.
There's a chance we haven't seen the best of Geno. Geno has proven that he can be a starter, but Geno's 35. By virtue solely of his age, this is the NFL, by virtue solely of his age, you should go find someone else, test the water, dip your toe in, go, get like a day 2 guy and just kind of see if he can learn behind Geno, maybe a developmental guy.
I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with that. And honestly, I think that that's what they should do.
Yeah.
But those are two different reasons. John Middlecoff, inherent to his opinion, does not think Geno is good enough to lift you up. Benjamin Solak said, I think Geno is, but how long can he do that? You need to find a succession plan eventually.
You have to look at age and play a factor in that. Why did the Lakers go ahead and get Luka? Because LeBron James is 40 years old and he ain't got that many years left in him. You got to prepare for the future, but you don't prepare for the future with this team by getting that much worse, because Geno keeps you alive. Geno gives you opportunity. I understand that Geno's not going to be the guy for the next 3 or 4 years, but also let's be patient with this. Not patient, but let's be strategic. Like, if you want to go get a young quarterback, I'm 100% with that. Go get yourself a guy and have him learn behind Geno. And honestly, Geno's 35. He's really like 30, 31 with his body. He didn't play all the time. I'm not against anyone's logic with this. I understand people looking at Geno and not being satisfied and saying, let's go get something for Geno. You're going to get like a 5th or 6th round pick. Let's go get something for Geno, bring in a young guy to develop. But now what are you doing with D-Spoon? What are you doing with Murphy? What are you doing with their time? What are you doing with DK? What are you doing with JSN? You're going to waste some years developing a quarterback when these guys are ready to go now. That's why I say stay with Geno, because he gives you the better chance to win right now. You might not win it all. But if you stay with Geno, you're bringing a quarterback to learn, then when it's time to go, it's time to go.
Well, and why not just go for it every single year, right? I feel like we're kind of simultaneously calling for two different things from two major teams in the market. With the Mariners, it's spend money, do whatever you can to win every single year. Take advantage of the talent you have, even if that means you have to replenish holes on your roster and overspend. With the Seahawks, it's, go into rebuild. The only way you can succeed is by getting top 5 picks and stacking your roster and getting a top 5 quarterback on a rookie deal. That's the only way you can win. And in theory, that's a great path. A great path to take is that you build up an Eagles-esque roster and then you get a rookie franchise guy. You get Russell Wilson 2.0 in here.
Right.
But that path, if you want to take that path, is going to not only require losing, but that's going to cost John Schneider his job. Might end up costing Mike Macdonald his job. You can't lose for long in the NFL without serious consequence.
And you're wasting good years.
Exactly.
Ernest Jones is 24.
Devin is going to enter into the later years of his rookie deal.
got a 4-year window where he can still be dominant.
Yes.
You have some people. Hey, Leo ain't a young spring chicken out there. He's long in the tooth a little bit. There's just so much young talent on this team. I'm not ready to take 2 steps back. So 2-3 years from now, you can be hopefully in the same spot you are now, a team that could make the playoffs. Again, I understand everyone's logic. You do you have your opinion. I'm not going to knock you for it. Just, if I were making the moves, I'm not getting rid of Geno, not right now.
No, and I think that, too, your initial point was rip off the Band-Aid for who, which I thought was a perfect way to say it, because I am not a gambler, but I could gamble with house money. And that's kind of what John's point is, right? He's like, rip off the Band-Aid. You don't need this guy. You don't want to be a team like the Saints paying Derek Carr a ton of money over and over, and he never takes you to the next level. However, not only does that ignore that Geno's actually better than he gets credit for, it also ignores that there are actually a lot of paths you can take that make you a lot worse.
Yeah.
And John Schneider clearly is not comfortable ripping off the Band-Aid and diving into free agency and taking a chance on Justin Fields, knowing that the rest of this roster is not whole enough to make up for a deficiency at quarterback, right?
Yeah.
And it's why, like we heard him yesterday, talking about Geno's our guy.
No, he's got another year. We expect him to be our guy, but we want to do what's right too.
We can have all these hypotheticals and we can have fun conversations because it's the off season and that's just it's sports fodder time. There's nothing else going on. But I'm not having this conversation because John Schneider said anything, about trading Geno or moving on from Geno. I'm letting you know John Schneider said, quote, he's our guy.
He's our guy. And he is their guy because of a whole bunch of factors, because of the potential he gives you to win, because of what he did with that offensive line, because of the young talent that you have. And I even mentioned Reek yet. I even mentioned Reek. Like, we're still waiting on Reek to have a bounce back year. And his year wasn't even bad last year. He just didn't make a couple plays. There is talent on this team. Any team in this division, in this conference, would take Reek. They take Spoon. They take Ernest. They take Leo. They might take Tyrese Knight. Kobe Bryant is making a case for himself. They'll take DK. They'll take JSM. Like, let's not forget the talent that's on this ball club. You got to get everything going at the right time. The defense has to perform well at the right time. The offense has to execute. You got to take care of the ball in the red zone. Yes, if you're not hoisting the Lombardi Trophy, you got some questions that need to be answered for sure. And even Philly had to answer questions to their D coordinator right before the parade. There's always something to work on. So I encourage people just to look at the talent that's here and put a rookie quarterback on this team. And you tell me if you think a rookie quarterback either picked at the 18th spot or later on in this draft is going to take this team to the promised land. It could happen. I gave you 10 examples. In the last 10 years, 10 rookie quarterbacks have taken their team to the playoffs. But I think with Geno, if all goes well, if you protect him, it's not just get to the playoffs. It's get to the playoffs and maybe win a game or two.
I think it ultimately comes down, the entire Geno conversation. I think what will happen is Geno signs an extension. I think that will happen. But I think the conversation around Geno is fun, interesting, frustrating, what have you for a number of people. Comes down to your comfort level with gambling.
Right.
If you are not a big gambler, if you are fairly pragmatic, you're looking going, I think if Geno cleans up turnovers and this offensive line takes a step forward, no reason you can't add 1 or 2 wins to this team. And now you're talking about a 12-win Seahawks team. And you're having a very different conversation, especially in an NFC West that might not have Matthew Stafford.
Yeah.
If you are someone that is very comfortable taking a gamble, you're looking at Justin Fields.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at, Daniel Jones. You're looking going, well, what if Sam Darnold 2.0 is out there? What if Geno Smith 2.0 is out there? Like, I'll take a gamble on that guy. Like, it ultimately comes down to your comfort level with a risk. That's what this is. That's what this is.
Listen, none of these quarterbacks who are available in free agency have shown me anything to where I'm like, yep, let's get it. Only Sam Darnold. That is it. Well, Russell Wilson, no. Justin Fields, no. Jameis Winston, no. Drew Lock, no. Desmond Ridder, Teddy Bridgewater, Mac Jones, Trey Lance, no. Like, there's no one out there. There's no one out there that hops on this team and makes this team better that's a free agent. If you're going to go trade for somebody and you're able to get, I don't know who you're able to get for Geno. That's the thing, too. It's like you're stuck in this place to where Geno's not going to allow you to go get a quarterback that's going to give you 11, 12 wins right now.
And if that quarterback was available, I would say do it. In fact, if you had the number 1 pick, I'd say take Cam Ward. You know what I mean? Like, Abdul Carter would be tempting. But I'd say then find your quarterback. You might never get this pick again. You've never had a number 1 pick as a franchise. Someone texted in the 253 and said it's about your comfort level with mediocrity. I don't think that this was a mediocre team. I do think they need to be better. I think playoffs should be the expectation. Absolutely. 10 wins was great. It wasn't enough. I think Geno can't throw as many interceptions, can't make these decisions that are leading to those. However, what option available isn't also mediocre?
Exactly.
So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, I don't like mediocrity, but what quarterback option has proven, Justin Fields has proven only that he is also mediocre. And that's not that he doesn't have tons of potential. We know that.
What has he shown you?
But Daniel Jones.
Potential's there.
Exactly.
He's young. Potential is there. And also, I think Geno has more potential than people realize, too, because he's younger than 35. He's going to get into an offense that's going to run the football, hopefully. And I think they're going to do everything they can to support him. He's got to clean some stuff up. The only 10-win team not to make the playoffs were the Seattle Seahawks. Only 10-win team.
I'm sure we will get back to this conversation many, many times until Geno does sign this extension. Right now, we're getting to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, John Schneider says the Seahawks will meet with Tyler Lockett's agent in the coming days, but does not know if Lockett will be back. What's the real headline?
So you're telling me Tyler's not a lock.
Ooh, I like that.
I wasn't proud of it,
like
but
that.
it was an easy bar.
I like that. He's 33 years old. He has a $30 million cap hit. He's got $13 dead cap hit. You can save $17 million with that. Maybe you get a late round draft pick if you end up trading him. It's just feels like it's time to move on. He's had 4 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons, and then the decline just starts to happen. That's Father Time. 2023, 894 yards, 5 touchdowns, 64% catch rate. 2024, 600 yards, 2 touchdowns, 62% catch rate. You went from 4 1,000-yard seasons to you're catching the ball about 60% of the time. Your career average is 70. There's just a decline there. And the money he's getting paid, if you're going to pay a man $30 million a year, you want more than 600 yards. And that's not even to his fault. It's because you got a young JSN, you got a young DK Metcalf. So you get moved to that third position. It ain't a knock on Tyler Lockett. I think he can go somewhere and be a great third option and keep a team afloat and keep them alive. But for this situation, with all the things that need to happen, we're talking about beefing up the offensive line and taking care of Geno, maybe extending DK. You look at contracts like this, and you shrug your shoulders and say, what are you going to do? So I don't anticipate him being a Seahawk next year. If he is, I'll be happy. Good for him. That means he restructured. But this is just business.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2. No decisions were made in a college football playoff meeting on Tuesday about formats for the 2025 and 2026 seasons. What's the real headline?
Not making a decision on something monumental? That's so unlike college sports leaders.
Good old committee.
Yeah, they really, really take charge with things.
They
Put
do.
up great guidelines.
Everything that I'm seeing is that they're saying, look, we need more research done. So the committee's waiting on data, apparently. That's what I'm hearing. They're waiting on data to make an informed decision so they don't rush anything. The things that are on the table is that the top 4 seeds in the original rankings should have the bye. Forget all this, you win your conference automatic bye. No. Top 4 should get that bye. And then they say the expansion of 14 and 16 is still on the table. We're going to see an expansion anyway in 2026. We're just trying to accelerate this process. And I think because of the success that we saw this year in the college football playoff, people want more. They want more teams in this thing. And I'm all for it. But no, they're going to take their time. And the original date of 2026, they'll expand then.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3. This is insane. Former Pac-12 Commissioner Larry Scott is a candidate to be the LPGA's next commissioner. What's the real headline?
This is actually great news for anyone who's hoping the LPGA is a shell of itself in 10 years.
This is wild.
What do the women do to deserve this?
This is when
Nothing.
This is when presidents get elected and they just bring the homies on. No qualifications. Just like, look, man, you need a job. I got you, dog. I got you. This is what this feels like. Larry has a long history of jacking some stuff up. He built the Pac-12 network instead of partnering with ESPN and Fox and whatnot. Thank you. I was employed by the Pac-12 network, so I can't be too mad, right? He fumbled the acquisition or getting Texas and Oklahoma to get into the conference. Like, what has he done over the past 10 years to make you think that he's going to go there and have that league excel?
Mm-hmm.
This is just politics to the fullest. He knows somebody that knows somebody, and he promised somebody some power in that whole situation. This is what it feels like. It don't feel right. It's crazy how the rich keep getting opportunities, and the poor, the people struggling, are fighting for their lives. Perfect example of this. This is some U.S. politician type stuff.
There is just something within politics, within sports, I'm sure within business, almost within any industry, where the same underqualified or closed-minded or stubborn or whatever people keep getting the same chances over and over. And Larry Scott seems like one of those. Like, Larry Scott was a catalyst to the downfall of a Power 5 conference. I just need to, think about that. And I'm not saying it was solely on Larry Scott. Okay, it was not solely on his shoulders. There was a momentum shift, a culture shift, a media shift. There, geographical implications where recruitment comes from. Like, there were other things at play.
Yeah.
However, a Power 5 football conference, sports conference, crashed and burned, and he did nothing to save it. And if anything, kind of threw lighter fluid onto that. That person should take a lot of time to do some self-reflecting. And I don't know, I don't know why we convince ourselves over and over, like, this guy's a genius. What? By what measure?
You know what he's good at? He's good at presenting. He's good at presentations and saying the right things to people and using his connections. And the jacked up part about it is, I'm almost not mad at him for using his connections, because if sometimes you want to advance in the business world or your career, it's who you know sometimes. And clearly he knows the right people. So when it comes to his advancement and business-wise, I respect it. Like, good for you, Larry, do your thing. But when it comes to him just getting an opportunity where I'm sure there's someone who was qualified to have this opportunity, he's jumping over. And it's because of who he knows, I guarantee it.
All right, you guys. Cal Raleigh and Logan Gilbert talked about their openness to long-term deals in Seattle. That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
I think you play as long as you still love it. You of anybody would be on board with that. You've talked about it a million times. It's no good on the outside, and you were trying to make a comeback at 40. And except for this show, I wouldn't leave, seeing Matt and Mike every day. I mean, it's really what brings joy to you every day, those two.
Even if a team came calling right now, theoretically, said, Wyman, we want you.
You're trying to kill me, right? Yeah, you got one play in me, and I'm going on IR for the rest of the season.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Discover LeMay, America's car museum in Tacoma. Explore 300 world-class cars, 100 years of history, and the Shinka exhibit with 50 iconic Japanese sports cars. Thrilling race simulators and fun for the whole family. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 206-529-1111 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and as a former college and professional player and quarterback in particular, the years of wear and tear and some of those hits left my knee and some of my body in some constant pain. On and off the field, the weight room, all those heavy squats and all of it. In fact, my knee was really bothering me last year. That's why I decided to try stem cell injection therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine over there in Kirkland. And really, it was an awesome decision. With Dr. Dan, the procedure itself was so quick and easy. In and out, same day. Next day, I'm out watching football practice, a baseball game, and the staff was absolutely A+. And my knee, well, it's a whole lot better now, and I'm back to squatting and enjoying a much better quality of life. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. Over 30 years of experience. No one, and I mean no one, has more experience in pain medicine techniques. You can reach him at 425-823-4000. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ooh, got a dash light on? The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can read your check engine, ABS, and other warning lights to help you find the fix. You'll get an easy-to-read report with clear next steps. And we can recommend a trusted local shop if you need one. It's the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes. The free Fix Finder service with shop referral. Only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. Let's talk stats. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the state of Washington ranks number 4 in the whole U.S. for the highest concentration of roofers. That's literally thousands of roofers to choose from. So how do you know how to pick the right one for your home? Well, you start by eliminating those who aren't GAF Master Elite certified. That's about 97% of all roofers. So now you're down to the elite 3%. How many have over 35 years of experience? How many utilize the catch-all system to keep yards and driveways clear of any debris? Family-owned with local roots and have the stamp of approval from the Mike Salk household? Well, that leaves you with just one, the roofing company you can trust. That's Riverside Roofing. In a sea of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. And guess what? They have openings this winter for your roof project. So have them out to your house this week. Call them at 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com. They are the roofing company you can trust.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Brock and Salk are out at Mariners spring training and had a chance to speak with both Logan Gilbert and Cal Rowley as part of these conversations. Obviously, they asked the guys, hey, tell me about your future in Seattle. Are you open to a long-term deal? Per Baseball Reference, both Logan and Cal are free agents after the 2027 season, so something to keep an eye on for the next couple seasons here. We'll start with Logan.
I'm definitely open to it. It has to be the right situation for sure, but I'm definitely open to it. We've had, loose talks, haven't gotten there, but it's been optimistic, I would say. Everybody wants to get to free agency. That's, the gold standard. You want to get there just to see what your market value is, what you're worth. But something could happen before that for sure. And it's long. I'm a Super 2, so I have 7 years before free agency. 7 years is a long time. So it's tough to actually make it to free agency.
So I'll start with, I'll start with Logan's answer. Obviously, you have to keep Logan. But I think in these conversations that all of us have about the Mariners' incentive to add bats, part of the conversation is to win now. And the other part of the conversation must inevitably be, and to incentivize your best players to stay here.
Yeah. That's tough, man. 7 years until free agency. Curtis, when do they typically start? When you start a real conversation with Logan? How many years is he in? And he's got to get to 7. So when do they really start talking?
I would say somewhat soon, because you see a lot of guys get moved with like maybe a year and a half left on their deals, and we're 3 seasons away from these guys hitting free agency, 25, 26, 27. You probably want to get something done before probably trade deadline 2026 is my guess. So, yes, they've got 3 years left, but you kind of have maybe a year and a half of that 3 years to really get something done before you're running the risk of playing with fire here.
Yeah, and it's it's almost like you don't want to disrespect them either. We understand who you are and what you mean to our organization, so we're going to take care of you a bit early. And then also, what if he just goes on a tear? Yeah, Cy Young. Now you're really going to have to pay for that arm. I'm just glad that he's open for the discussion. So that means that he feels comfortable here. He feels like he's taken care of, and he feels like there might be a future here. So the fact that he's open for the discussion, I'm good. Timing-wise, Mariners get it done to where he doesn't feel like he's being disrespected.
Well, and obviously Kirby isn't who we're talking about here, but you start grouping together these young pitchers and you go, you want to incentivize when you do discover, develop stars. Make them feel like staying with you is the best possible thing they could do.
Yeah.
That investing in themselves is agreeing to let you invest in them. Like that is a mutual relationship that they feel good about. And your best bet to re-sign Logan, if you can't afford to pay him all the money he's looking for in the world, is to make him feel like you can win here. We'll treat you right here. We're going to continue to develop and really try to win here. And that requires kind of a tone and culture shift for this organization because you haven't been conveying that to players. Let's go ahead and get to Cal here, asked us the same question.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it before, I would love nothing more to, play for one team my whole career. And, Seattle has been nothing but good to me. You guys and everyone else, they've welcomed me with open arms. And, the people are great. I love the city. I love this organization. And, I really would love that. Some of that's out of my hands, obviously.
But are you someone that feels you have to test free agency? You owe it to yourself to get and see what the open market is? Or is it a possibility to sign something before then?
No, I'm completely open to signing something before then. Like I said, I would love that, nothing more than that, to be with one team. And, I love this org. And I'm open to anything. I'm not closing any kind of, books or whatever it is, but
as part of this conversation, I also want to remind people that Scott Boras is no longer Cal's agent. I see that a lot on the text line, people being like, oh, well, Boras hates Seattle. Seattle hates him. This isn't going to happen. That's out of the picture right now, I believe. So now you're doing the same thing you are with Logan. Hey, Cal, you've hit 30-plus bombs for 3 years in a row. You're one of the best catchers in baseball. We need to incentivize you to stay here.
And how do you do that? Money got to be right, and the arms got to be right. I think that Cal's relationship with Logan and Kirby and Castillo and Wu and the gang is important because he's essentially their leader. He's calling the games, right? He might look to the dugout every now and then, and Dan might give him a signal or two, but that is Cal understanding these pitchers on the mound and putting them in the best positions to succeed. That relationship is so important. So if you do want to keep your arms and keep them healthy and keep them enthused, it's almost automatic. You got to make sure that the dumper is back here. And then you mentioned the batter's eye is not a problem with him. That average ain't going to be nice, but he's going to hit for power. He's going to hit some bombs, and he's going to be clutch.
He'll hit 215, 32 home runs.
That's what we need from you, all right?
Yeah.
So, I think it's essential, man. The arms are essential. Cal is essential. There's like 7-8 guys on this roster right now that you think, okay, moving forward, if this ball club is going to be contenders, these guys have to be here, and they have to be playing some good ball.
Well, also, look, if you want to be a draft and develop team, they have proven that they can replenish their farm system, but they have not proven, and it's very hard to prove this as a team, that you can continue to turn those high prospects into good big league talent very regularly. It's so hard to prove that. So if you want to be draft and develop, well, what happens when you draft and develop a star? Are you able to keep them? Are you able to increase your payroll slightly beyond your comfort level because you were fortunate enough to develop a couple stars? Are you going to be able to hang on to Kirby, Logan Gilbert, and Cal? Probably not. But, can you hang, Curtis, you mentioned this earlier, can you hang on to two? You know what I mean? That would be a win for a Mariners team that when I was growing up, and Curtis, I know you know this, it was always, oh, you're the Yankees farm system.
Yeah, These guys are just going to go elsewhere. People are still very scarred losing Randy Johnson, Ken Griffey Jr., Alex Rodriguez in back-to-back-to-back seasons.
People still talk about the Mariners that way. Still to this day. And when I was growing up, that was the narrative, but it was always, you might have good players, and you can find even to this day amazing names that have at one point been Mariners, and they never stayed. They were traded, maybe just dumb decisions by the Mariners, or they went on and signed elsewhere. And it's can you buck that trend?
I think they can, but will they? That's the thing. And maybe
a willingness.
This is what it's going to take. Yeah. Having a group like this with the potential that we see that will change a philosophy. And that's the hardest thing to do because say what you want about this organization, they do things the way that they do it. They have not changed over the past few years. This is what we believe in. This is how we're going to develop this team. So if it works out in a couple years and they have an opportunity to keep these guys and they keep elevating, maybe it makes them break the mold and say, look, we're going to try something different. We're going to spend a bit more money because we don't want the band to break up. We've seen this happen before in this organization, and we don't want to do that. But that's a big ask right now because everything that they've shown us is that they're not going to do that. But what applies pressure is talent, and maybe this talent will apply that pressure.
Well, again, like maybe it takes the realization that you would think that like 15 years of missing the playoffs would knock this into you, but maybe it takes the realization that you have a group that could get you as close as you've been in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
This is the most talented 1 through 5 I've ever seen with this team.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a talent, and say what you will about Julio's production, I haven't seen a talent like him in a really, really, really long time in Seattle. So when the 253, fair point, says, Cal's saying the right thing, but how could players love an organization that only shops in the bargain basement and doesn't add pieces they need? Exactly. You need to show you're committed to winning a World Series. You need to show that you are committed to surrounding your superstars with some help. And I do think that, and Bump, you know more about this, not every single athlete in the entire world wants the easiest path to a win. Maybe you get older and you're like, I just want a ring. You take the KD route, maybe LeBron, whatever it is, and you just go, I just want this ring. I want to get it done. But when you're still younger, there are some players that I think like the idea of finally achieving that with a team they've been with their career.
Yeah, I mean, there are players
If
like
you feel
that.
like there's a
there are
path.
players like that want to chase a ring. There are players who like the Northwest. There are players who have no problem with T-Mobile. I mean, every situation is different. So your main goal as an organization is just be transparent. A guy like Cal, you should be the most transparent with about what your goals are, how you want to plan, how you want to build. A guy like Julio, same thing. If you want these guys to drink your Kool-Aid, to buy what you are selling, you must involve them in this process. And I don't know how involved they are. Maybe they are. I just don't know.
Yeah. In partnership with Virginia Mason Franciscan Health and the Nick of Time Foundation, the Seahawks are hosting the second annual free youth heart screening event at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center in Renton on Saturday, March 8th. This is a public event providing screenings for youth ages 12 to 24 in hopes of detecting heart abnormalities and giving them the knowledge and care they need. Detecting heart conditions early is key. And it's a simple heart screening that could save a life, so don't wait. Spots are limited. Register today at vmfh.org/Seahawks. Bump's got 3 things driving him crazy this week. Get Off My Lawn is coming your way next.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Brock, what is your bold prediction for the Seahawks this year?
Every day at 7:45.
I was looking at the numbers defensively when it was all said and done. Finished in the top 15 in your major categories. I think year 2 with more time on task. Year 2 with a couple additional pieces. Year 2 with everybody basically coming back defensively and hopefully adding a difference maker third corner. This could be a top 5 defense in the league.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from Nunn Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, not all tax resolution companies are the same. There are some that are definitely not local. There are others that don't quite know what they're doing even.
Well, I tell you, these ads that all of us hear, Fresh Start program, they make you feel like, hey, man, I can just easy peasy get my taxes written off. No. And I've had several clients actually come to me after going through that process, and they just get no response after a while. They're passed around from person to person. That doesn't happen at my firm.
You are familiar with the cases that come in. You're working on them.
I'm familiar with every case that comes into our office, and I know what's going on and have the ability to really advise our taxpayers very well on what to do.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. Nunn Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. Nunn Better Tax Resolution.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds, through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at HIMS.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Calling all pickleballers, Champions of Change and Safeway announced a multi-city pickleball tournament, including celebrity games with Seahawks legends Doug Baldwin, Mike Bennett, Cliff Averill, and more. In collaboration, Nourishing Champions campaign will be raising awareness and accepting donations to provide nutritious foods for student athletes in under-resourced high schools. You can help by donating at your local Safeway checkout. Open to all. The tournaments are in Seattle, Lacey, and Spokane. Register today at championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
Seattle Sports is in Arizona for spring training baseball. Go behind the scenes with Brock and Saw all this week from 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports.
Hey, do you like spending extra money? Who doesn't, right? No, nobody does, and especially when it's on something like your utility bills, right? If those are noticeably higher in the winter or your home feels drafty, it could be because your attic and crawl space aren't properly insulated. It's Mike Salk here, and utility companies have special incentives to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're a PSC customer and your home was built before 1990, you may qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yeah, they'll cover up to 95% of the cost. So don't wait. Take advantage of an incredible rebate today. Call Crawl Pros and learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free, and also what energy rebates you're eligible for. These guys are great. Did an awesome job at my house. So if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It is Wednesday. It is 10:45. I mean, it's 10:46, but that's okay. And it's time for Get Off My Lawn. You've got 3 things driving you absolutely insane this week. What you got for us?
I'm a man. I'm 40.
All right, let's get it. Your boy went to Vegas last week. It was great, man. Wednesday through Sunday. It's the longest I've done Vegas, but it was also the lowest key I've done Vegas too. Like, it was the first time I was like, I'm old because I don't want to do nothing. I'm done golfing. I just want to eat. I want to go lay down. But the disaster, wasn't disaster, but I land in Seattle. It's raining like crazy. And I look at the gate I'm getting dropped off at. It's the good old end gate. I mean, I got to take the train.
That's the worst one.
You know, it's like I just want to be home. I've been gone. I want to see my kids, and then get dropped off at the end gates. So I'm like, all right, man. Go down the escalator, and there is a process of getting on the train. You've seen the arrows, right? It's like, okay, there's arrow in the middle that says, let everyone clear. You stand to the side, and then you swoop in.
Follow directions.
Follow directions. There's a process to this. It's unspoken. The people who get there first, after the people clear, get to go in the train first. And then if you have women and children, they get the priority.
Titanic rules.
I seen these grown men pushing and shoving. Sir, you just came from the back of this line. Little Sally has her 2 kids with her. Little Bobby's going crazy. He's bumping all in front of them and stuff. I looked up and I go, man, come on, dog. You don't see these women and children right here. And even if there were no women and children, you were back there. So if you are ever waiting for the train, get dropped off at the end gate, it's just a process. If you're like the 3rd or 4th person there, let those people get on before you. We're all gonna get on. And then if there's that little ledge over there by the window that you can sit down, if it's an older lady, if it's a family with kids, you let them have that seat. It was just, I get everybody wants to go home, but that frustrated me. And I wrote in my notes, right there I go.
Wow.
Getting on this dang train, people need to have a bit more courtesy. Just be polite.
It's not even straight chivalry, and I've heard people say something like, well, chivalry is just dead in today's society. Why should it's like a weird, it's Titanic rules, and it's politeness.
Be polite.
If I, a woman, saw a 90-year-old woman standing, I would give up my seat. Like, it's just a weird kind of courtesy. And cutting from the back of the line to the front. From the back of the line.
And he's a big dude, so he's used to it. No one's going to challenge me. I'm 6'6", 300. And, man, because you're that big, you need to be aware of your surroundings. You almost hurt little Bobby and his
That's
mom.
a get off my lawn moment for sure. I knew that we'd have airport bump here.
Oh, yeah, already. You know, I was traveling.
What's
All right.
next?
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Next up, the tush push has been a big conversation this past week. I feel like the last 2 off seasons, it's been a big conversation because Philly does it so good that everyone's hating on them, and they don't want them to be able to do this. And everyone has their reasons for it. And I heard McDermott get on the mic. He goes, yeah, man, it's just a really dangerous play because of injuries or whatnot. And I looked at Sean and went back and did some research. They do the tush push the second most in the NFL. They did it like a third of the time that Philly did it. The Bills, McDermott and the Bills. The second most in the NFL. You've done that. And also, injuries. This is the NFL, sir. There were 38 ACL injuries last year. There were 182 concussions last year. I didn't watch all of Philly's game, but I watched a lot of them. Not once did I see somebody get carted off the field because of the tush push. Now you're just begging. Like, stop with this soft takes about the tush push. Don't get to 3rd and 1. Don't get to 4th and 1. Don't get them down on the 1-yard line, and you won't be in that situation. But if you happen to be in that situation, figure it out. The fact that he was pointing at injuries, I tried to find injuries off the tush push. There was no information for it. But you know what I did find? ACLs, neck injuries, broken legs. It's more dangerous playing regular football than it is a tush push because of collisions and stuff. So, McDermott, I respect you. You got a great organization over there. But the fact that you stood up there and said, yeah, I'm really concerned about injuries. What are you talking about, sir? ACLs everywhere, concussions everywhere. Not once did I see somebody carted off the field because of the tush push. It's getting crazy.
No, get off my lawn. That's a good one, too. It's like you're just concerned about losing. You're not concerned about injuries. You're concerned about stopping this play because you can't.
You can't stop it. And it makes you, it frustrates you. I get it. I understand. I played against teams where my offense just couldn't get going. And I'm trying to figure it out. But I'm not crying about the coverage they're in or the way they're slanting their defensive line. You got to figure it out, man. Stop with that soft stuff.
Is it a fair analogy to liken the tush push to like complaining about a fine that you get after not paying a ticket? And it's like, yeah, like the fine's a lot. It's annoying. Yeah. Like it's really annoying. But pay the ticket. If you paid the ticket, you'd never have that fine.
You'd be good.
And the fine's inevitable. You'll never win fighting it. You know, but just pay the ticket.
Pay the ticket.
Okay, what's last?
All right.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Last one. Spring training, full effect. Stop texting me about performances in spring training. I got homies who are texting me, Stacy. The last 3 games, Mariners are averaging 11 runs. I don't care.
That's real, Bump.
That's
going to happen.
Garver.
Every game.
Offensive explosion.
Curtis Garver. Garver, batting average 500. I do
Let's
not
go.
care.
He's winning the batting title, Bump.
I don't
It's gonna
care.
happen.
Silver Slugger.
Julio, 125. I could care less. I couldn't care less.
Who needs Julio to be great when Mitch Garver's hitting 500?
Thank you.
That's right.
Hogan Windish, 2 bombs. Who's
that's
that?
Right.
Who is that?
Yeah, they don't
No,
call him Hogan
you haven't heard of him. We
Two
know all about him.
bombs.
We know all about. You said Windish. Hogan
Windish.
Yeah, no, I know.
Jesse Hahn, you heard that kid? 4 Ks in 2 innings. Stop texting me about spring training. I get you baseball heads are hyped up. I'm hyped up too, but I'm just watching him to make sure everyone gets out safely and everyone has fun. I'm tired of my boys texting me about, did you see this? Did you see that? No, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not watching too much of spring training. I'm gonna check on it. I might watch an inning or two because I know Castillo was on the mound for a little bit. I'm gonna check him out. But I'm looking at, stop sending me stuff about spring training. It means absolutely nothing. Garver's batting 500 right now.
And
Championship.
he will in
Championship.
April too.
It's ridiculous, man. I'm tired of spring training already. Let's get to what, March 27th? Can we get there already? Is that our first game?
We're a month away.
All right, man. Hurry this thing up, man. Stop texting me.
You know, you're going to be eating your words, Bump, when the Mariners are averaging 10 runs a game through the
Goodness
first couple
gracious.
weeks of the season. And when Mitch Garver is, OPSing.
Silver Slugger.
Yeah, well over 1,000. 30 bombs in April.
I'm tired of it. You know what? Maybe if the station sent us to Peoria, I might feel different about it.
You
But you
can
know
see
what?
it.
We didn't make the cut. 3 years in a row I've been, we ain't make the cut. So whatever we got to do to make the cut, y'all let me know. Maybe if I was there, I feel a bit different about this.
Well, Shannon Drayer's there, so we could at least talk to Shannon about what she's seeing from Mitch Garver and the rest of these guys. She joins us next.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Brock, what is your bold prediction for the Seahawks this year?
Every day at 7:45.
I was looking at the numbers defensively when it was all said and done. Finished in the top 15 in your major categories. I think year 2 with more time on task. Year 2 with a couple additional pieces. Year 2 with everybody basically coming back defensively and hopefully adding a difference maker third corner. This could be a top 5 defense in the league.
Blue 88 answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Hey, Brock Heward here from my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-292-7788. 800-292-7788.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 206-529-1111 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Our durable, weather-resistant siding keeps your home warm and protected all season long. And don't forget, we also offer roofing, windows, decking, and gutters. Maximize your savings. Combine 2 or more projects like roofing and siding and unlock additional discounts. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free siding estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
All eyes have been on the top 2 quarterback prospects in this class, Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, and that's especially true considering the top 2 teams both need quarterbacks. But Penn State's Abdul Carter is making his case for going number 1 overall. He told reporters at the Combine, defensive players impact the game just as much as the quarterback. Of all the teams that have won Super Bowls, they have that one standout player. I feel like I'm that.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
Mariners insider Shannon Drayer joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. As a reminder, Shannon's coverage for Mariners spring training is presented by Pacific Lip and Supply. Shannon, I'm told Mitch Garver is batting .500. So how many bombs can we expect in April?
In April
alone.
Stacy.
Okay. I'll start with a different question. Would you mind setting the scene for me with the how spring training's going so far? Maybe just the vibe around the team. I know it was kind of a weird off season, but now you actually get to be around the players. So would you mind letting us know the culture feel right now?
Well, right now it's about 81 degrees with a gentle breeze,
thank
so
you.
I think everybody's feeling pretty good right now. It's been interesting, and it's taken, I guess today is a week, or no, today is 5 to 6 days. 6 days being down here, and you do kind of want to get the feel, and it's your eyes are trained to look for things that are different, and it takes a little while to kind of pick up on the things, and then when you do pick up on them to kind of confirm. But yeah, I think it is safe to say at this point, you feel that little bit of extra freedom with this club that I think that Dan Wilson has wanted to inject, and freedom in how they go about their work, how they do their work, and freedom in kind of loosening things up a little bit as far as the amount of information that is funneled to them. And I think really kind of getting back to a little bit more of just some simple basics, particularly when it comes to hitting. Now, the pitchers on the other side, they're machines. I mean, they've got it down. They love the analytics. The analytics have benefited them greatly. The technology has benefited them greatly. So they're just kind of whizzing through their bullpens, just revealing new pitches left and right. Everybody showed up at pretty much their season velocity, which is really kind of insane, working on new things, trying to straighten out some of the players that perhaps could help them. But on the hitting side, there's just a little bit more of a lightness in that everything is not as regimented as it was before. There aren't as many meetings in the morning. They're not as long. And so you do see guys kind of, I think, taking a little bit more time in what they do rather than kind of rushing from one thing to the other. So it has been interesting. I think there is a good feel. You talk with guys. There is belief in the players and the teammates that they have next to them, and you do hear that word hunger quite a bit as well. So all in all, a good and a little bit different feel.
Shannon, coaches like when the guy's the first one there and the last one to leave. Do you see any of those guys hanging around?
Yeah, I mean, Cal Raleigh's always at the top of that list, although he did give himself an extra hour one day because they didn't have a meeting that they typically had last year. He's like, he got there and had all this time and he wasn't sure what to do with it. And he said, so for one day he was going to go ahead and come in late, but then he would find some of the extra things to do. He definitely is that guy. Jorge Polanco has been putting in a ton of work as, you know, he is trying to come back from the knee surgery and transition to a new position. And the knee feels good. He told me today he almost feels like a new person with that leg. And he's just kind of starting to clear the final hurdles that he needs to clear before he can get into some games. But you do see him working quite a bit. Logan Gilbert on the pitching side, he reminds me a lot of Ichiro in that he is so regimented in the work that he does, and so much of it is different. But there's just huge intent. We watched Logan Gilbert yesterday after all the work was done. Man, I think he was throwing for at least 20 minutes, and all he was doing a very slow, maybe slow motion, just the entire windup and just lobbing the ball to the catcher. And it looked like just a giant curveball. Like the first 10 he threw weren't hitting the mitt, and the next thing you know, he is hitting the mitt. And you thought, okay, well, that's kind of cool. Maybe he's going to do it for 2 minutes. And he came back 20 minutes later, and he was still doing it. So everybody does it a little bit differently, but those are guys that you see out there quite a lot.
Hey, speaking of Polanco, I know that coaches hate injury questions, but reporters have to track them. So, Shannon, are there names that we're kind of tracking where it's like he may or may not break camp with the team, he may or may not be ready in April? We're kind of keeping an eye on this guy with the knowledge of, I'm sure, asking Dan a bit more as play progresses here.
I don't think any surprises,
Okay.
knock on wood. I mean, you do expect Polanco, and, you know, if you don't see him, hello. Get the A's broadcasters walking in the bench, or they're all good friends, into the booth right now. You know, I think that I'd like to see Polanco in games by March 1st, and if not, then I'm not going to feel absolutely great about that. It's not out of the question that he could be ready, but, you know, he needs time to adjust over at third base. So that would be kind of the bigger concern right there.
Yeah.
Matt Brash is still on track for the end of April. If there's any setback, if he has to be shut down for even 2 days, that will change that. I've been pleasantly surprised with where Jackson Coar is. He was in camp last year, and it just really opened some eyes. A reliever, he's got some experience, a little bit more veteran, and then he ended up having to have the Tommy John surgery in March. But he's about a month. He's kind of been rehabbing side by side with Matt Brash the whole time, and his was more extensive. He's about a month behind. And if he's what we saw in spring training, you know, you need all of those arms. He would be a great second half add, I think. Gary Hill's sitting right here. Am I missing anyone? Is there anybody that we're watching for injuries that could possibly not be opening day?
Well, I walked away for part of your conversation, so I have no idea who you actually mentioned.
Well, I mentioned, Polanco is obviously
Yes.
the big one.
Uh-huh.
Brash, I think, is on track.
Taylor is somebody who we're watching. You mentioned
okay.
Troy Taylor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So he's questionable as to his time frame in terms of for opening day. But it sounds optimistic that it'll be in April at some point, which is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
See, I helped.
Anyone else in the booth you want to talk to?
Hey, Shannon, obviously Dan Wilson's first spring training. How's his vibe? Is he spending more time just with the catchers? Is he balancing his time around? What's Dan look like from afar?
He looks like a man, what you really see from the managers normally. They do spend a lot of time. They check in on everything that they can and then tend to spend a lot of time around the cages. Or the cage on the field, like field 1 where the batting practice on the field is taking place. And the one thing that was a little bit different is he did what Pete Woodworth does. Pete Woodworth will step in against his pitchers. You won't hold a bat, but he'll step in the bullpens to get a better look and sometimes help target things. And it's absolutely insane. I would not do that. And Pete does it with everybody. He also catches them quite a bit and will catch like in between innings if somebody needs to run out and warm up a pitcher, and always does it without a mask or a helmet or anything, which again, insane. But Dan actually stepped in against George Kirby, who is probably the most, if you had to step in against anyone, it's him. But did that a couple of days ago, and I thought that was kind of fun to watch. But you can tell that a lot of planning has gone into it. The manager's day just goes so far beyond what you see out on the field, the meetings that they have. And, it's also managing and pulling together and developing an entire staff, too. And this early, you've got all sorts of organizational coaches, too, that, you want to be able to give time to. And so it's an incredible day. I really don't know. You talk about the first and the last. It usually is the skipper, and those are long, long days.
Just curious, sticking with questions about their approach, the coaching staff. We heard Kevin Seitzer on with Brock and Salk talk about his relationship with Edgar, and it sounds like a great one where philosophically they agree on so much. What's the behind-the-scenes split there like? Is it like Edgar is kind of helping with stuff? Do they both approach things with certain players? Does one coach take more control over other players' approaches? What's that kind of split like, for lack of a better word?
I think it's Edgar setting the tone and setting the expectation and setting the program, and it is being executed. And, it is, they are of about the same era. They are both accomplished hitters. One, Hall of Fame worthy, but the other was a very good hitter in his time and also a very good teacher. Kevin Seitzer was, coaching and teaching, outside of the game before he started coaching again in the game. And then you've also got Bobby Magellanis, who also it's kind of interesting. I think he probably brings a little bit more of the new school, and that's important too with a group. Is much as you're trying to simplify it, there are younger hitters, and there are hitters that actually do benefit from a lot of those things and want that kind of stuff. But he also is a little bit more on the kinesthetic side of things, the movement side, and the swing kind of doctoring. So it's a really complete staff, and from what I've heard in the cages, the messages are simpler, and they are, just kind of trying to focus on this is what you've got to work on out there. And when you get to the plate, it's not as much about the process as it is where are you going to put the baseball? Are you going to get the job done? And so I think that has really freed things up rather than thinking about every mechanic of a swing, which, technically you're supposed to leave behind when you step into the box, but it's not always that easy. And they give them every option they can and where they can go on the field. And I think that is helping the group. But I would say Edgar probably works a little bit closer with Julio than anybody else does. He's, got Julio's confidence and trust, and that's not the easiest thing. So I think along those lines, they do have a little bit of a split up, and they are newer coaches, and you'll find at the time I've seen through the years that a lot of hitters will kind of gravitate towards one or the other, and it might not even be somebody on the hitting side. It might be Tony Arnrich, the bullpen catcher. It could be anybody that they take a look at this and they feel comfortable with. The coaching that they've had with the Mariners, particularly under Scott Service, and I'm sure it's going to continue, has been very collaborative, and everybody can help with everything. And you often see players taking advantage of that and kind of getting their own guy.
Well, it's obviously still early in spring training, but we got questions with the infield. Sounds like Demo has the pole position when it comes to that second base spot. But how is Ryan Bliss looking, and how's that competition looking so far?
Bliss is looking really good, particularly this week. And they have, they've moved him around a little bit. I thought that was something that might hurt him a little bit, and that he's limited. I don't think I'd put him at shortstop, but they did have him over at third base doing a bunch of drills, which I think is helpful for him as well. We've seen him make some nice plays. We've also seen him use his legs on the bases. That part is going to be important as well. But, he is a player that you can throw a lot at. And, he's going to have a really good opportunity to compete for a spot right now. And it's something that I think that he can handle. He is very coachable and very smart about how he approaches his work and his outlook on where he is. So it's actually fun to see him out there, rather than looking at him, he might be an emergency guy this year, as somebody that absolutely is competing for a spot in spring training.
I'm going to jump ahead past spring training and have a conversation instead about how we're going to measure early success here. We've all kind of decided collectively, I've heard Mike talk about it and Brock and Bump, hey, we can't just constantly say it's too early for a team that has missed the postseason by collectively like 5 games over the last couple years. But you also have to alter your expectations for spring versus, when you get into a season. So what are we looking for from this team in April?
Dan Wilson is pointing to they want to be 100% pretty much when they start. And it's not working your way into the season in April. And to that end, I'm sure you've heard that players are taking extra at-bats. Mm-hmm. And, yesterday we saw 2 of the veterans get 3 at-bats. And that's still pretty early in games to see players that are more veterans in games that deep. Julio Rodriguez is, facing the live MVP against Mariners pitchers, and that's something you don't normally see as well. And they're also going to make, minor league games when they get going available to the players so they can go and lead off in every inning and see live pitching 5, 6, 7 times before a game or on an off day. So, that I think is geared towards that. They're also pointing very much to how important the little things are. One of the things they tweeted it out, and it'll be in the Notebook Post today, is there's a bunting station that they've got set up during early work. And today you saw Julio Rodriguez take his turn through it. You don't expect to see somebody who can swing the bat the way that he does, and you probably don't want him bunting very often. But if there is a situation, that is something that he should be able to do along with everybody else, and they're not leaving any stones unturned on that. They're going through that. So I do think that Dan is going to ask for a little bit more early. It's not going to be guys just getting into their seasons. I think he wants them ready to go. Now, the flip side of that doesn't mean that everybody's going to play every day at the beginning. There's a balance with that you can't wear everybody out. You can't have the foot absolutely down, on the gas pedal 100% from the get-go. You don't have enough players to do that. Yeah. You want to keep your guys healthy for the long haul, but to set the expectation early and to vocalize it and, verbalize it and pass that message, in the cages, on the hill, in the meetings that they do have, it's very much a focus right now.
Yeah, I saw a clip of Julio in that bunting station, and I smiled a little bit. I go, no, don't be doing that, dog. But, you've been around Julio for, a few years now, and as young men, we're still growing until we're about 24, 25 years of age. Where have you seen growth in Julio, whether it be his game, his personality, leadership? Just where have you seen it?
It's what I'm keeping my eye open for, because it was something that you just really had to think about over these last few years. He's being asked to do a lot in what he does, as his job, and that's fine. He's well rewarded for it, and this is what he has been preparing for. But at the same time, you're going through stuff. You're still growing up, in life and that kind of thing. And, you have only so much maturity when you have not been on this planet for very long. So every year there is a little bit of extra, and I do think he's carrying himself a little bit different this year. And I did see some leadership that I was absolutely thrilled with in the way that he took the at-bat against Andres Munoz and then talked to him about it in the clubhouse quite a bit. And, that he was being a good teammate and he was leading, and it's like, dude, I saw it. This is what it is, and, throw this, do this, and have all the confidence in the world in this. And I love that. I love seeing that from him. And I think that he wants to do more of that. And I think he does a lot of it that we don't see. But, that's not, number one for him. And it will be at some point. It should be. I mean, should be face of the franchise. But to see him taking kind of another step in that direction, I think is great. And I'm also, being committed to, I am going to go get those extra at-bats and understanding why. And that's a Mariners plan. That's not what he was working on or planning on working on going into the season, but it was something that he understood. He still works with his private hitting coach, but he seems on board on the ramp-up for him and the plan for him. And I think that is very important. And all of those things, I think, kind of tie into maturity and seeing the big picture and not just what you're doing.
She is Mariners insider Shannon Drayer, kind enough to join us from spring training on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Thanks, Shannon.
Thanks, Shannon.
You got it, guys.
See ya. Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, Bump. Do you think the open competition at quarterback in Indy is fair?
Anthony Richardson. He's had an interesting first couple of years in the NFL. You and I think we loved just his physical capabilities, but knew that there's going to be some struggles. So his last 2 seasons in college, he threw 23 touchdowns, 14 interceptions, over 3,000 yards, 56% completion rate. His last season alone, he completed 53% of his passes, over 1,000 yards and 12 rushing touchdowns. All right, that was in 20 games. 2 seasons in the NFL, only 14 games, 11 touchdowns, 13 interceptions, 3,000 yards, 50% completion rate, 635 on the ground, 10 rushing touchdowns, 9 fumbles. You got exactly what you paid for. Like, Indy, you had to have known going into the situation it was going to be a 2, 3, maybe 4-year process, because he showed at the college level he just wasn't that accurate. So who are you going to have come in and compete with him? It ain't going to be Sam Darnold. He's going to get it back somewhere else. Is it like a Carson Wentz type of dude? Is it a Wilson? You know the name that I saw, and I kind of stuck on it, and I thought to myself, you could run the same offense with both of these guys. It's Danny Dimes. Danny Dimes could come in there, and you don't have to change your offense much. He's not as athletic as a Anthony Richardson, but essentially you can do the same things. I think Danny Dimes is probably the best guy to come in and push him and give him some competition over there.
It's just so wild thinking of what we've always assumed Richardson's ceiling is, and then thinking of how we consider Danny Dimes, like, not by no means a joke, but I mean, people like openly make fun of Daniel Jones in kind of a mean way.
Yeah, 1 good year, and he got paid off of it. But just his physical attributes, I can see fitting with Indy and what they want to do with Anthony Richardson.
Very
so
interesting.
I think it's wide open. It should be wide open. And I think Danny Dimes is the guy, but you essentially got exactly what you paid for.
Second down. What NFL myths have been put to bed the past couple seasons?
So I said this. I was reading my notes yesterday, and before the Super Bowl, we talked about this. We said we already saw a quarterback that accounted for 20% of the cap win a Super Bowl. And now we could see a wide receiver who's getting paid $30+ million win a Super Bowl. So I no longer want to see people text in, you can't win a Super Bowl with a wide receiver getting $30 million. Yes, you can. A.J. Brown, $32 million a year. He got himself a Super Bowl. Not only do they have A.J. Brown, you got Devontae Smith too. $25 million. He won a Super Bowl. And both of those guys scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl. So listen, you're paying for wide receivers to make big plays during the regular season. You get into the playoffs, you got to be able to run the football, play good defense, but you're going to need some plays from these 25 plus $30 million wideouts. And you know what? Philly has 2 of them. So I no longer want to hear people text in or call, whatever, and say, oh, you can't win with these guys. Yes, you can. You got to give it time. They just started getting paid like 3-4 years ago, and now we're seeing it. So I love the way just time heals all and time reveals all.
Yeah.
That's what I saw with that situation.
Third down. What will the NFL be watching closely during the UFL season? Something you, Michael Bumpus, I'm sure, will be watching.
I'll be watching with him. I'll be watching right there with him. You know, I've been hooting and hollering about the onside kick rule in the NFL. I think they should be able to do it whenever they want to. You should declare, though, I'm with that. So what the UFL is doing, they had a 4th and 15 option last year to replace the onside kick, and they saw a 12% success rate doing that. On the onside kicks, there's a 2% success rate. They're keeping the 4th, but they're going to 4th and 12 now to give guys an even better opportunity to get the football back. I like it. Honestly, I would go 4th and like 15 and 20. I'd make it that much more difficult, but we've seen these situations go down. So I'll be watching that. It was 12% success rate last year with the 4th and 12, 4th and 15. Well, with the 4th and 15, they're moving it back to 4th and 12. So I like it, man. I think this is what the UFL is for. Develop talent and just try new things. They're going to try the GPS tracking, I believe, this year in the UFL when it comes to first downs or whatnot. Whatever you want to try, treat it like spring training or the minors. We saw the robot umps and all that good stuff, the pitch clock. That's what it's for. I like it. I'll be watching the 4th and 12 this year and see how successful it is.
4th down. This is an interesting one. Liam Cohen, the new head coach for the Jags, might be making a big mistake. What is it?
Yo, Liam. First year Duval was off.
Duval.
And then you fixed it. It sounded better the second time.
Duval.
Yeah, he fixed it. But now he says he wants Trevor Lawrence's input on the roster. My good sir, what are you doing? Trevor Lawrence needs to focus on staying healthy and playing some good football. He's done absolutely nothing in this league to give him that type of privilege. There's only a Joe Burrow, a Pat Mahomes, a Lamar Jackson, a Josh Allen, Jay Daniels. I can see it in the future, but not quite. Maybe even a Jalen Hurts. But he hasn't had enough success to be sitting down there helping you make decisions about the roster. What he can say is, look, this is what this receiver is good at. This is what that receiver is good at. But as far as sitting down and having him act as if he's a sitting in GM, I think that is a huge mistake. I understand Liam Cohen is young and he wants to connect and wants to be cool or whatnot, but no, this is wrong. This is like when stepdad comes in and he wants to get you ice cream and all that good stuff and not discipline you. Nah, I know you ain't dad, but you still stepdad, and you got to make some rules and have some regulations in this thing. I think Liam Cohen is jacking up with this. Trevor Lawrence, good ball player, been to the playoff one time, but he is not on that level to be helping you make decisions about a roster.
Love you. You don't have to do chores at my house, Trev.
Oh, yeah, you're good.
You're good. You can call me dad if you want. Liam, that's weird. That's really weird, coach. Why are you telling him that? No, that's completely fair. It's so interesting, too, because I remember when Russell Wilson reportedly wanted more insight into the roster, and people were like, how dare you ask for that? And it's like, at least he'd won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He'd been to another. At least he was in his 30s.
My man ain't done nothing in this league yet.
It's completely fair always for a head coach to be like, thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah.
It's my team. I don't care if you're Peyton Manning, thanks, but no thanks. However, we all know that there are certain players who do get that insight. But yeah, even getting paid, even with that extension, even knowing he's their guy, why?
He ain't there yet, coach.
No.
He ain't there yet.
Man, that's interesting. That's a wild, young coaching staff, too. Not wild, well, wildly young coaching staff. 39-year-old head coach, a 34-year-old GM, a 29-year-old OC. Like, it's absolutely insane.
Crazy.
All right, coming up in the timeline, I know that report cards can make a lot of people nervous. The Seahawks got one. Over 1,600 players in the NFL were polled anonymously from the NFLPA on 11 different categories how they feel their teams did, A through F grade. We'll tell you what grades the Seahawks got next.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
We are now speaking with the architect of your Seattle Seahawks.
How we doing, football fans?
With Seahawks President of Football Operations and General Manager John Schneider.
My job is to do what's best for the Seattle Seahawks organization. I have to keep wrapping my mind around that and trying to communicate effectively.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
What's the standard the Seahawks defense needs to be held to under Mike Macdonald?
The John Schneider Show.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
No more football for me means I'm ready for an escape, and since my weekends are free, I'm looking for something fun, relaxing, and with some entertainment built in. I got just a place for you, Silver Reef Casino Resort. They got a hotel, they got a spa, they got multiple restaurants, including the best steakhouse north of Seattle in the brand new Cantina. They got concerts, they got events, and also, you know what, golfing. So when that weather gets good, you know your boy is back out there. It's all systems go for Silver Reef Casino Resort. Don't try to tell me it's too far, man. You spend more time in traffic this weekend getting Bobby to his games. You hop on the I-5 North and you're basically there, and you can fill up for cheap. They got cheap prices over there. Join Reef Rewards for free and you'll get 10% off at the resort. Don't wait. Visit Silver Reef Casino Resort, silverreefcasino.com to book your stay. They got something for everyone at Silver Reef Casino.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
In a sea of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. And guess what? They got openings this winter for your roof project. Call 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com. The roofing company you can trust.
Things are just better when you switch to Cricket. The sun shines a little brighter. Happy music starts randomly playing. Best of all, you can get iPhone 13 for just $29.99. With the ultra-bright Super Retina display and up to 19 hours of video playback, all on Cricket's super-fast 5G network. See? Isn't that better? Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new account imported on $60 plan. First service charge, tax to its sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, there are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. The end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. It's the united understanding among Lee Johnson employees that customers are the purpose of our day. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto.
Well, one of the best parts of being at spring training is seeing how physically impressive the professional athletes are up close. It's Mike Salk here, and coming off a long off season with something to prove, it's so clear these guys are in peak physical condition after months of hard work. Now, us regular folk may not have quite the same resources, time, or money to devote to our diet and exercise. But what if I told you you could be in the best shape of your life, just like some of these guys are, in only 45 days? That's all it takes after losing almost a pound a day with the help of Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It worked for me. 10 pounds in the first week, 35 pounds after just 8 short weeks. I felt healthy. I was eating delicious, fresh meals, no pills, no injections, didn't even need to exercise. Find out if you can do it. A 15-minute call is all it takes. No obligation. Schedule it right now at EastsideWeightLossClinic.com. You got nothing to lose other than all that extra weight. Go to EastsideWeightLossClinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It's one of our favorite days of the NFL offseason, the 2025 NFLPA report card. This is over 1,600 players, so most of the league surveyed anonymously on 11 different categories with the teams that they've played with, okay? So the categories are treatment of families, food and dining, dietitian, training room, training staff, weight room, strength coaches, team travel, head coach, and ownership. So it's supposed to be, because it's a players union, insightful for other players. So there are some categories that maybe the average fan is like, why do I care if you're, I don't know, training room is like up to par. Well, other players do. So this is supposed to be useful for other players.
You care because you want them to be their physical best.
And it's just interesting. But the goal of this is so that other players can see. It's like a glass door, like anonymously, how do these teams rank? So we'll start with this. The Seattle Seahawks ranked 15th this year. which is a little bit down from 14th last year. But they didn't get below a C in any category. The lowest two categories were their training room and ownership.
And only one C, too.
And only one, two.
No, I see one.
One? Okay.
Unless I missed it, sorry.
The two, among the highest categories.
You're right, Craig, you're right.
Among the highest categories, head coach, Mike Macdonald getting an A grade. 100% of players surveyed about Seattle said he felt that they feel he uses their time efficiently.
Nice.
Great. Awesome. Also, in treatment of families, Seattle last year was a C, and then they added like a family room and a bunch of family events, and then now they're an A. So they took a massive step forward listening to player feedback. So you want to see that the team you root for cares if players enjoy their time there and then take steps forward. Let's talk about some other interesting things from these results. We'll start with the highest ranked head coaches. All received A+ grades. Mike Macdonald received an A, so not one of them. But highest ranked head coaches: Dan Quinn, Raheem Morris, Kevin O'Connell, Andy Reid, Dan Campbell. Those are the highest ranked head coaches. No shockers.
No, it all makes sense. It all makes sense, man. Everything we hear about those guys is that they're just stand-up kind of dudes, you know, and they're straightforward. And I think that's what athletes, especially in football, appreciate more, is just being direct. Like, don't make me read between the lines. Don't sugarcoat it or be soft with it. Just tell me exactly what you're looking for, what you want, and we can make that happen. So, no, those names do not surprise me at all.
And I know that there might be some people going, Raheem Morris, but the Falcons weren't good. But players really felt like he was a really good head coach. So, interesting one to watch there. Lowest ranked coaches: Doug Peterson, fired. Matt Eberflus, fired. Kevin Stefanski.
Really?
Yes.
That one surprises me.
Okay. Why?
Stefanski, because actually it does and it doesn't, because we've seen him have 2 years where he was coach of the year, and it's because he did a lot with it little. But now you have the Deshaun Watson thing going on over there. You, Myles Garrett, who knows what that relationship is like. He wants out of there. So it's not all good, but when you have been coach of the year twice, and that's more reflective on your record and your offense, your defense, I understand that. But good coaches don't get coach of the year, or bad coaches don't get coach of the year, excuse me.
Yeah.
So no, it's surprising, but then it isn't when you just think of the Cleveland Browns organization as a whole.
Yeah. Ownership, Seattle was middle of the road, a little behind the pack. They got a C or C- there. The big critiques were they've questioning whether there was an investment in the facilities and things like that. So maybe Jody Allen has an offseason
They got
ahead
the same facilities since I was there in 08,
right.
09.
So maybe that falls on Jody Allen and in that ownership group to be like, okay, we hear you about things you don't like here. We're at least going to invest and improve some facilities, and maybe that grade goes up. But best ownership, A+, 3 teams: Miami, Minnesota, Atlanta. Not surprised at all. Arthur Blank, really popular.
Miami's done a little 180 on them.
They sure have.
It's a little shady over there for a while.
Yep. Worst ownership: Tampa Bay, Pittsburgh, New England, Arizona, Carolina, and the Jets, with the Jets being the only team to receive an F.
Jets don't surprise me at all. Pittsburgh does. This is because of the Roonies. They're like the more inclusive type of ownership. So I wonder what's going on there. I also wish that I like these report cards and the grades, but I also wish that there were an example of the questions that were asked when they were determining what the grades were.
Yeah.
And what's the criteria for some of these?
Right. Like they break down hey, here's where respondents. So for instance, for the Bengals, they had a list of the Bengals were 32 of 32 in food and dining. So they ranked where they ranked last. And so you can kind of picture the things they're asking. For instance, in taste of food, they were 4.8 out of 10. So they're probably like, how good is the food? Freshness of food, they were a 5.4 out of 10. So they're probably saying, do you see mold on the food?
Okay.
Is it fresh?
You better not see no mold on
No. For dining area, do you have enough space? Is it clean? Is it well lit? Do you like where you have to eat 3 meals a day? You're at the facility for 10 hours. Do you at least like eating there? Do they provide food? Is the food free? I'm guessing it's those kinds of questions.
They better. Listen, that's one of the greatest perks of playing in the NFL is that you get to eat for free. I had bare minimum in my refrigerator when I was in the NFL. So I'm just going to eat 3 times there and have a snack when I get home. I'm good to go. So, Yeah, man, lots of perks of being in the NFL. It's hard to get there, though.
The Seahawks had one of the, not best grades, but one of the better, above average grades here. The Bengals are one of 2 teams to only offer 2 meals a day.
That's crazy.
Right?
What are we doing?
You're asking players, especially like if you're losing, if you're like, you need to be here, you need to get here early in rehab, you need to get here and train, you need to stay late and watch film, then we need to have these team meetings. By the way, you're going to have to go get Taco Bell down the street.
Yeah, which meals are they? Like, what are you skipping out on?
Right.
Lunch got to be in the mix. You're not messing with lunch because they're there. Is it dinner or is it breakfast that's missing?
Yes. Someone said, did they rank Pete Carroll? No, this was for this past season's grade. So Pete Carroll did not get a grade. This is for Mike Macdonald. I don't remember Pete Carroll's grade from 23. Anyways, some other really interesting things to come from this regarding some other teams. The one that I liked the most was on the Patriots team travel grade. The Patriots were 31st out of 32, which was initially surprising to me because I'm like, how many miles are you really flying? You know, like what's going on? You guys have a private plane. Apparently, the big knock was there's not a lot of space on team flights. Okay. They also said the team plane is really, really dated, way too small. There is no Wi-Fi, and, quote, there are seats with ashtrays in the armrests.
That's crazy.
How old is this team plane?
I remember traveling to Mississippi in the 90s and seeing the ashtray there and no Wi-Fi.
That's crazy.
It's crazy that we are complaining about Wi-Fi on the planes when I used to have to like read books and do crossword puzzles or whatnot growing up. But that is standard.
It's fair.
If I hop on a flight and they say the Wi-Fi is down, I roll my eyes so nasty. Like, are you serious right now?
Yeah.
But this is the NFL. These are the elite athletes. You guys are billionaires. You got to make sure. So how do they watch film? Like, you're on the fly, no Wi-Fi. How do you watch film? So do they have to download everything to their
Maybe
iPad
pay for
before you get
Wi-Fi?
on? That's crazy.
You get a T-Mobile plan. You get like the 1 hour, but then you can have like 4 unlimited flights from like the
Man.
duration of the flight.
Come on, New England. Ashtrays at the seats, no Wi-Fi, and they're not big enough. You're dealing with 300-pounders and 250s.
So that was another one. Philly was surprisingly low with team travel, with the number one complaint being we don't have enough space, and the secondary complaint being that players think that they should be sitting in first class and not coaches.
See, that's kind of crazy to me. Like, what type of plane are you flying toward? You got 53 first-class spots. This isn't a flight to Germany where the first class is crazy. I think the coaches should get first class. And if it's not a coach, it's your ballers. You know what I mean? Like for this team, it'd be Geno, DK, JSN, Leo, Ernest, and players would understand the hierarchy of that stuff.
Yeah. Someone said 2 meals a day for athletes that require 3,000 plus calories, more than that, to function. That's the equivalent of putting the wrong gas in your car. Your whole job, your whole industry, the success of your company is based on the engine that you have operating at full steam. And you're like, let's not have great training rooms and let's not feed them.
Let's starve them.
What do you think is going to happen?
They're tripping, man.
You know what I mean?
Thank you, Seahawks, when I was there. The training table was awesome 3 times, and even a snack in between. It was great.
Now, the good news for the actual Seahawks players is that Seattle ranked lowest in its training room for like its tub situation and some other stuff. They're going to redo the training room.
Good.
So I will say this about the Seahawks. What has been made clear about Seattle from the last 2 of these surveys is that for the low grades they've gotten, they've addressed them. They were really low with family treatment because they didn't have like a family room and didn't have this other stuff, so they added it.
Mm-hmm.
They're low with the training room, so they're redoing it. Good for them.
Yeah.
I'll say that at least. Good for you guys. Okay. One ESPN analyst predicts a quarterback shuffle. Plus, does he see Geno in Seattle in 2025? That's next.
Seattle Sports is in Arizona for spring training baseball.
Our goal really is to come out of spring training and to play that consistent brand of baseball from beginning to end.
Go behind the scenes with Brock and Salk as the Seattle Mariners get ready for the 2025 season. All this week from 6 to 10.
What a masterful performance by the big right-hander Logan Gilbert.
And hear every pitch of spring training baseball on Seattle Sports. Streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
Holy smokes.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance. And you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. With thousands of full replacements with expert craftsmanship and unbeatable warranties, we've been building roofs you can trust for over 5 decades. It's more than just a job, it's our promise to you. Protect your investment with a free Golden Pledge warranty on all GAF roof replacements over $15,000. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
The Gene Simmons Band, live Tuesday, April 8th at Muckleshoot Event Center. He's the God of Thunder. He's going to rock and roll all night and bring you an unforgettable night of head-banging rock and roll. Get tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com. The Gene Simmons Band, only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Hey, do you like spending extra money? Who doesn't, right? No, nobody does, and especially when it's on something like your utility bills, right? If those are noticeably higher in the winter or your home feels drafty, it could be because your attic and crawl space aren't properly insulated. It's Mike Salk here, and utility companies have special incentives to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're a PSC customer and your home was built before 1990, you may qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% 5% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yeah, they'll cover up to 95% of the cost. So don't wait. Take advantage of an incredible rebate today. Call Crawl Pros and learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free, and also what energy rebates you're eligible for. These guys are great. Did an awesome job at my house. So if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
One ESPN analyst predicts a couple new landing spots for some top free agent quarterbacks. Is Seattle one of them? Who does he see as being Seattle's starting quarterback in 2025? Bump, let's dive into it. This is from Seth Walder of ESPN, published this morning on ESPN.com. And he says, look, the quarterback carousel is about to spin again. Kind of a weird class this time around. Last year, it was headlined by Kirk Cousins. Russell Wilson, obviously, we knew that he'd be on the move. And that was like the big conversation. And then, of course, you had an amazing draft class. The real conversation was, where are all these quarterback rookies going to land? Who gets who? This year's a little bit different. You got two guys at the top of the draft. You have some weird like reclamation project options in free agency. And then you have some guys who could be on the moves with their current teams. So I'll start with the teams that will have someone new. For Kirk Cousins, one would assume he'd remain the backup with Atlanta, but he actually has Cousins as being the projected starter for the Cleveland Browns.
Well, Cleveland or Atlanta came out yesterday and said that they wouldn't mind having Kirk Cousins as their backup. Yeah. So how does he get to Cleveland is the question that I think we have to ask. What's Cleveland willing to give up to grab him? I think Cleveland needs to move on from Deshaun Watson, moving on, meaning, look, just sit on the bench because no one's going to take that contract. But I don't think Kirk Cousins is the move. I think you have to go and get yourself a young quarterback, one of the top two who are out there in Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders. So I can see it if they're willing to give up a bunch of stuff, but I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, he says, you could use the number 2 pick on Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders, or you could reload assets by shipping out Myles Garrett and then sign Cousins to a cheap contract, then trade down from number 2 for more picks. So he's basically going like, load up. That would be their approach. If they have Cousins as their starter, if they trade on for Myles Garrett, just load up and don't even try to go for the future right now. Again, not the path I'd take either, but that's how he sees it. He sees Shedeur Sanders landing with the Raiders. He has Shedeur Sanders as the Raiders' projected starter. The Raiders are not picking 1, 2, or 3. Shedeur is going to have to fall for them, or this would involve them trading up.
I mean, we've heard this rumor for a long time now, especially when they fired their head coach, Antonio Pierce. You're thinking, okay, maybe this is an opportunity for Deion to come over there and do his thing. Here's the thing about if Shedeur were to go to Las Vegas, Pete Carroll has shown he can work with quarterbacks. He can nurture them. He can help them mature. He can get them to a place where they are a productive quarterback in this league. Now, Pete's a head coach. He's a defensive guy, but he has other intangibles that kind of help quarterbacks just be their own and be comfortable. And I think that it's about trust. Deion Sanders, I feel like, would trust Pete Carroll with his son. Deion has said, look, I'm not leaving Colorado. I love it here, but he will have influence on his son's career. So if that were to happen, that means that either Vegas moves up somehow or that they have insight on the teams above them in their picks and they don't anticipate them taking a quarterback, which would be crazy because Tennessee, Cleveland, the Jets are in front of them as well, right? All these guys need quarterbacks.
He shockingly did not have Tennessee or Cleveland taking Cam Ward, who's projected to be the number 1 pick. If it's not like Abdul Carter, we talked about that a little bit in a snapshot. He said that it'll be the Giants. And the Giants are at number 3 right now, so there's a world where neither quarterback prospect falls to them, and they get maybe the best player on the board that just isn't a quarterback. But he said that they're desperate, absolutely desperate. Maybe they trade with the Titans. You know what I mean? Yeah. Bump up to the number 1 pick. They're a team that has a lot more holes to fill than quarterback, but also have no quarterbacks at all. There's no bridge guy there. Like, they need a guy.
I also saw something that would help this situation go down. I saw Dan Orlovsky say that the Tennessee Titans should trade for Trevor Lawrence. Interesting. Don't think that's going to happen, but this is speculation season. We're going to throw stuff out there for sure. But I look at Cam Ward, and I think that what I know of Cam Ward, obviously I covered him at Washington State and watched him just grow in his career. I think he can handle the New York spotlight and expectations and the failures that are inevitable, right? It's going to happen. You're going to fail at New York at least, or in New York, at least initially before they get some things around him. But you match him up with a Malik Neighbors and you get him a decent run game, which you can this year with all the running back talent in the draft, you could be okay. But you are inarguably one of the toughest divisions in the game.
In this scenario, he has Tennessee obviously trading back with the Giants, maybe trading back again, and just signing a veteran. So he has Tennessee and the Browns going rebuild mode. The top 2 picks in the draft, in his opinion, he's like, just go rebuild. Just get picks. You're a far ways away from being like really, really, really good, particularly if Cleveland moves on from Myles Garrett. So just stack picks and let these more desperate teams trade with you. So in his case, he has like Jacoby Brissett or a quarterback like that going to Tennessee. He's got your boy Sam Darnold going to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and that is because he has Justin Fields, not with the Steelers, but with the Saints.
With the Saints. So where's Russ?
He doesn't have Russ. Russ is probably getting a backup job in this case, but he doesn't have. He has Russell Wilson. Yeah, he doesn't have them. Like maybe like a backup in Cleveland or something is what he says.
Here's the thing about whichever quarterback goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yesterday we talked about Matthew Stafford possibly going to the Steelers. They have a good defense over there. They have a good defense. And Matthew Stafford has played with a top 10 defense once, I believe, and that was the year that they won a Super Bowl. Like, you get Matthew Stafford with a good defense and decent pieces over there, he could be fine. But I believe with the Steelers, they still got to sign Najee Harris. I think he's a free agent this year. George Pickens he's locked in for a deal. You got to get another weapon over there. But he's the type of player that I feel like in the right offense and that Arthur Smith's offense where he likes that play action, that rollout stuff. It could work for him, man. Yeah. I like that situation for him, especially with that defense.
Last one is before I get to the Seahawks, he has Derek Carr landing with the Jets. So in his scenario, Derek Carr is a way for the Saints to try everything they can to save money down the road. Move on from Derek Carr, bring in Justin Fields, and Derek Carr is another bridge quarterback for the Jets, I guess, in this case.
If I am Garrett Wilson, Devontae Adams is, I think he's a free agent, but they want him he's looking for an extension, I believe. Yeah, I'm like, again, we're going to do this again.
Really?
We got all this talent. We got Quentin Williams on the other side. DJ Reed is a free agent as well this year, but you have talent over there. You're going to bring over a quarterback that hasn't shown that he can get it done over the past few years. I'd be disappointed. I'd just be looking for a rookie and calling it good.
Last one here. I said that I would get to the Seahawks. No surprise. He projects it'll be Geno Smith. He said, I think Smith is close to locked in, but I do expect the Seahawks to select a quarterback in this year's draft.
It's Geno.
Yeah.
Geno and get a quarterback. I am good with that situation. I prefer it. I recommend it.
John Schneider talked a lot off podium, and we finally got some sound from that conversation, primarily about draft philosophy. Some really good stuff about the offensive line, though. That's coming your way next.
Brock and Salk, live in Peoria.
Mariners general manager Justin Hollander. Big picture, what jumps out about this personnel group?
I think the depth of the pitching really stands out. Last year, obviously we had bullpen injuries that affected us. And I think coming into camp, it was one of our questions is this group of collective pitchers 1 through 13 as deep and good as it has been in previous years? This year feels different. It feels more like 23 for us, more like 22 for us, just in terms of the depth of interesting arms, the guys who we really think can contribute.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Sometimes even heroes need rescuing.
I'm a retired firefighter, 27 years.
Kurt had severe pain in his knees and his shoulder, which was keeping him from enjoying his well-deserved retirement.
Loved to ski, loved to fish, and couldn't even walk 18 holes.
That's why Kurt decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
He was just awesome. He goes, yeah, give me a shot. And he took care of me. He stemmed my knee and my shoulder.
And how are you feeling now?
I was pain-free in 12 weeks. I play golf now pain-free, and it's awesome.
So you'd recommend this treatment to others in your situation?
Absolutely. Yeah, Dr. Wagner's, he's had a couple people call me, and I recommended that they do it.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Seattle, it's almost showtime at T-Mobile Park. Be here when the action gets started March 27th with Mariners opening day, featuring a ceremonial first pitch from Hall of Famer Ichiro. The fun continues with Randy Arozarena crossed-armed hoodie night March 28th and Hello Kitty bucket hat night March 29th. Then don't miss the 3-day Julio Bat Flip Bobble giveaway March 31st to April 2nd with tickets starting at $10. So get ready, get set, Mariners baseball is finally on deck. Grab your tickets at mariners.com.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. I'm here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. When you're dealing with business owners and the idea that they owe money to the IRS and they feel like they might be letting their staff down, and it just spirals out of control.
One thing I see with businesses, it's really tough because they have employees and maybe they're having a difficult time with the cash flow of the business. Then unfortunately, what a business often does is they quit making their payroll tax deposits, which is really about the worst thing you could be doing. I mean, it's a telltale sign if you're doing that. Hey, get someone that can help you kind of look at your business and see if things can be changed so that you can operate your business better and make those payroll tax deposits. Because let me tell you this, the IRS is on those right away.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, you have to call Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN, None Better Tax Resolution.
I started Davis Law Group in 1994 to fight for the underdog. And as our team has grown, we've stayed true to that mission. Today, Davis Law Group is known for providing excellent service and even better results. Visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com to get your free book on car accident law.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
All eyes have been on the top two quarterback prospects in this class, Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, and that's especially true considering the top two teams, the Titans and Browns, both need quarterbacks. But Penn State's Abdul Carter is making his case for going #1 overall this spring. During this week's scouting combine in Indianapolis, Carter told reporters, quote, "Defensive players impact the game just as much as the quarterback. All the teams that have won Super Bowls, they have that one standout player. I feel like I'm that."
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. from the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. We've got even more sound from John Schneider. This is from a post-combine podium media scrum. Shout out to the Athletics' Michael Sean Dugar for providing the sound to us. There's a lot here, but I'm primarily going to focus on a position that he's very interested in with this class, some of his comments on the offensive line, and then an interesting comment about the coaching staff. So we'll start with something that he needs to focus on. He was on Good Morning Football with Mike Garafolo and said, we need to get back to running the football. So maybe it shouldn't surprise us that he had this to say about the running back class.
It's a solid group in free agency, but it's a rare year with running backs. I mean, it's in the draft. I can't remember this number of like legit prospects at the running back position in the draft. And I usually don't talk about like depth in the draft, but it's sticking out this year. It's rare.
Very interesting. I mean, could this be a consecutive year where they take a running back?
It'd be interesting. I think it all comes down to, what they feel K9, Charbonnet, and McIntosh can do. But he's absolutely right when it comes to the depth of this draft class. I mean, the cream of the crop is Genty and Hampton, the kid out of North Carolina who I've spoken about. Ohio State has 2 running backs. You know, the one that intrigues me the most is Scatterboo, though. Cam Scatterboo from Arizona State, Forks Down. And the reason why I'm the most interested in him because I feel like he is like a Kirkland signature Christian McCaffrey. Like he's not as fast
signature
as Christian McCaffrey. He's not as quick as Christian McCaffrey, but he can do all the things that he can do. And he also threw for a couple touchdowns this year. So he intrigues me the most. Obviously, I watched him a lot, him being an Arizona guy. There's another name that I think most people don't really know about, Taj Brooks. I don't think he played against the Cougs when we played against them earlier this year, but he's a running back who's good. I mean, I've watched a lot of football this year. There are a lot of RBs that can play in this league. Damian Martinez from the University of Miami was at Oregon State. I mean, the names go on and on. So if he were to carry another running back, that'd be 4 on the roster. That means that maybe 1 gets cut, or you carry 4 if they can contribute to special teams.
I mean, you do have flashbacks to 2017 where you had no running backs stay healthy. No running backs were especially productive. It was just a nightmare situation for that room, and I'm sure that it's something the front office thinks about frequently. Like, you can run out of guys. That can happen.
Yeah, it can happen.
So my natural question is like, well, what does it mean for Ken Walker? And it's like, it could mean nothing at all.
No, he's the guy.
You know, it could mean that they do take a quarterback in the, 3rd round maybe, or like a day 2 pick on a running back, excuse me. And that it's just to add to a room that they have seen be absolutely depleted before. And if John Schneider's saying, we want to get back to running the football, all the better to add to those weapons. I don't know how many Seahawks fans are especially excited about that.
Yeah, there just aren't enough touches to go around. Yeah, you can get another running back, but that doesn't mean he's automatically going to get 5 to 8 touches. How long did it take Kenny McIntosh to touch the field? Man, I was hollering his name for a couple
life,
years.
I think.
Right?
Yeah.
But K9 is going to get the bulk. It's K9 and Zach Charbonnet. They are going to get the bulk of the carries. And then it's how many times is this offense really going to run the football? I think they love to be around 25, 30 times a game. All right, if you do that, that means K9's going to get 15 to 20. Zach's going to get his 8. And how many carries are left on the table? Unless they just go straight Baltimore Ravens and run that thing 40 times a game, it's going to be tough. So whoever, if they were to draft a running back, which I could see them doing, it's for competition, and that running back would have to play on special teams.
He said they want the identity of running the football. They don't just want to get back to it, but that needs to be part of the fabric of who they are as a team. That's going to mean improving the offensive line. Every single person knows that. I don't have to tell you that. If I said they want to get back to running the football, what do they need to do? I know that the person hearing this right now would respond, get better interior linemen. Go draft a guard, draft a center, or develop Olu and add in free agency, whatever it is that you need to do. You need to add to that group. I'm going to play 2 cuts about what John Schneider had to say about the offensive line. The audio is a little shaky. Again, this is just from an off-podium kind of press conference-ish kind of thing with reporters. So just listen carefully to some of his comments on the offensive line. First, this.
Since we got here, I think we drafted the 2nd most offensive line, right? So, and then I think it's like we need to do a better job of like figuring out who you're paying, right? So we've spent at other positions. So again, since 2010, so we've like the guys that have left our offensive linemen, it's the second highest group, right? Of the guys we've drafted, left and gone other places. So to your point, that I was talking about in the IPF, it's not a level of importance. It's a level of figuring out like you're going to play a defensive end and you're playing, So that's kind of like, in looking back at your decisions of what would you do differently, that sort of thing.
Okay, so what he's saying is here, we have drafted the second most offensive line in my tenure. Since I've been here, we've drafted the second most offensive linemen. However, we clearly need to do a better job of figuring out who to pay and figuring out how to, pay the right guys to keep them here. So it's not a matter, I think in John Schneider's mind, of not taking shots, though I'd argue they don't draft interior guys high. It's been a matter of when we've targeted them in free agency, have we spent enough on good guys? Did we overspend on bad guys? Like, it feels like there's a step 2 to this where he's maybe more focused on.
Yeah, it sounds like he's going through his memory and saying, man, we paid too much for that. Maybe we could have done more with him to keep him here.
Yep.
And we've tried in the draft too. Like we drafted guys. I've said this plenty of times in this show. It's not like they're not trying with offensive linemen. They draft guys all the time, but the development part isn't there, and then the keeping them and the bringing them isn't there. So you can look at every angle of the offensive line in the John Schneider tenure, and you could say, all right, well, that's not his strong suit. That's not a strong point. So hopefully with Kubiak coming over, with his run game coordinator, his run game specialist, they have some different insight, and they could evaluate offensive linemen a little bit differently and give him something else to look at, because him even having that soundbite lets you know that he's recognizing that the process is off. Like, we have to figure something out, and maybe the new guys here can help.
One last cut from this same scrum. I'm going to pause. I'm not going to play the whole cut for you guys because, again, the audio is a little tough, but it's an important conversation where they need to improve in evaluating the offensive line.
The person, like, figuring out, like, okay, what kind of competitor are we getting? And there's a level of intelligence in how they see the game, like the quickness in which they see the game, especially with the wide zone, like being able to, like, these guys got to be able to adjust on the run, on the move. Like, we're running off the ball. Last year we were on offense, it didn't run off the ball, right? So, okay, now we have a new coaching staff. These guys have to be, it's the person and then the competitor, and then with our new system, figuring out how they adjust. The pass protection stuff that never really changes because it's where we are right now.
Okay, so Bump, what I hear here, and tell me if this is what you do as well. Yeah, we've drafted guys that are physically gifted, but maybe we aren't drafting guys that have the right mindset, that have the right ability and football IQ to adapt in the ways we need them to.
Yeah, I hear that. I also hear we just don't have the right guys in general. Like, we just don't.
Yeah.
We don't. And it's a bunch of things. I don't think you can never point to one thing when it comes to a player, what he's good at, what he's weak at, or as a group in general. But it comes back to the process. Like, what is it like? What does your spreadsheet look like when you're watching film and you're seeing if an offensive lineman fits into what you're trying to do? That's what I hear. I hear him saying a lot, but it all comes down to we just haven't been able to get this right, whether it be mental, physical, emotional. There's a lot that goes into it. So it needs to be fixed ASAP. But I also think that some of the guys that they drafted still have a chance. I think Laumea still has a chance. I think that you got to wait for Haynes, give him another year or two, see if he develops. He has a chance. I'm not ready just to give up on the guys that they've gotten here, but I think that there's a sense of urgency that he has because he realizes for us to be a good team, I got to have a better offensive lineman to protect my quarterback. So maybe I switch things up, but you can't just let everybody go and say, all right, we're going to start all over with this offensive line. It's impossible. Can't do that. So he's doing a lot of reflecting, and I can appreciate that because it sounds like he's looking in the mirror and putting it on him. What can I do better to make sure we're getting the right guys
Well,
here?
and look, not to rehash the same point, but the idea of drafting a lot, I feel like a natural follow-up for me is, but where? Why? Now, he isn't alone in not drafting a lot of interior guys in the first round. That's just not a position that's typically, like, snatched up super early. You're going to look at tackles there. But, do you feel comfortable with the lack of shots you've taken on first-round interior guys? Is that a position you just simply, through the last several classes you've never had an interior guy ranked high where you thought he's worth it? You know what I mean? Like, you're telling me that only once ever you've had an interior guy ranked that high that you thought was worth it in 14, 15 draft classes? It could be a philosophical thing there of you being like, I truly think I can find depth there later. But if you haven't been able to, are you comfortable taking a center or taking a guard at 18?
I'm looking at last year's draft, all right? And just the first round alone, you got a tackle taken 5th overall, a tackle taken 7th overall, a tackle taken 11th overall, a tackle at 14th, a tackle at 18th. You got your first guard, Troy Fautanu, at 20, and then you have another tackle. So it's not like he's alone when it comes to the idea of you don't take guards early. You can find those guys later. But are you willing to risk it to get the guard that you want at 18? Me personally, at this point, I'm ready to risk it if I were him, because that is the missing link. And I don't think you need to go crazy. Like, you get one young guy, but you got to go get another veteran. I'm not saying let's put the offensive line. To me, it's shakiest when there's like 2 or 3 rookies on that line. You don't want too many rookies out there because of communication. It's the physicality of the game, and it's just a different game. You don't want to rely on rookies. But is he willing to go out there and do something that typically doesn't happen, which is take a guard early? And the reason why Fautanu was taken early was because he could play guard and the tackle spot. So are you looking at a guard tackle swing type of guy? Are you looking at moving Abe to the guard spot, which we heard someone recommend that? There's this combination that you can have with that offensive line that affects the future of it, but it comes down to what you said. Are you willing to risk it and do something you haven't done before and typically doesn't happen in the NFL, which is take a guard in the first round?
Right. It's obviously a fascinating conversation, and one that if I were John Schneider, I'd probably feel defensive of. Be like, I've tried. I've taken all these guys. What do you want me to do? I've paid guys in free agency. I've drafted guys. Like, I have traded for offensive linemen. What do you want me to do? But I think that there's a very uncomfortable option, which is draft way out of your comfort zone. Yeah. And if it doesn't work out, then you were right. You were right all along, and it's going to be a big I told you so moment. And he would never do something like that to appease fans. He's going to take the player he thinks is best. But I don't know, man. When you get a decade plus of the same issue, part of it's bad luck, investment, and finances elsewhere. But part of it is there's a flaw in the plan. There's a flaw in the approach. There's a hole in this system. So where is it? Is it development?
It's eval.
Is it evaluation?
It's eval. It starts at eval. I mean, you grab your guys, you draft them, and then you hope you develop them. But it's the starting point. Like, how much more does this young man need to grow before we trust him to be a starter in the game? And we saw that the starting point for this group has been kind of shaky because, we saw like 3 or 4 rookies this year. At some point, get an opportunity. Now, some of it was out of necessity, right? Because Connor Wynn's retired. You got to move Olu around, and you got to try some things, right? Forsythe is banged up. Anthony Bradford is hurt at one point. It wasn't just, okay, we're not good enough at this spot, so we got to rotate some guys in. But when they got their opportunity, it was never a consistent, like, back-to-back weeks where we felt good about the line. We felt good about the line one week, and then the following week is like, okay, we're back to the line that we've known for the past few years. So it's a lot of it is circumstantial. I'm sure they would have preferred to not have rookies be in there, but you do get a chance to see what they're made of at this point. It's where they start at. They got to find an interior lineman that's not starting at the traditional 3rd round pick for a rookie when it comes to guard talent.
All right, still to come in NFL headlines about 15 minutes away. Pete Carroll at the Combine talked about what his time in Seattle meant to him, and also some interesting developments on Matthew Stafford. What's his future in LA look like? First, before we get to that, it's time for Headline Rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it. Headline Rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, John Schneider says the Seahawks will meet with Tyler Lockett's agent in the coming days, but does not know yet if Tyler Lockett will be back. What's the real headline?
So you're telling me Tyler isn't a lock? It's a bar. It is a bar. I had a question from a listener, and granted, this was for what I need to know, but I'm going to throw it in here, Bump. They said if Tyler Lockett isn't on the team in 2025, then who's wide receiver 3? And are either of those players already on the team?
It could be Jake Bobo. these guys who are on the roster right now. It could be Derek Young, but you have Cody White, who's been up and down from practice squad. But no, I don't think that the young man is on the roster right now. It could be Jalen Darden, the returner that you picked up from Cleveland. But no, I don't think that guy is on the roster right now. Could one of these guys develop into one of those guys? Why not? I think I've been so confused about why Derek Young hasn't gotten more opportunity. Jake Bobo has gotten some opportunity as well. He's on not the fastest human being out there. You probably want a bit more speed. And Cody White, one that baffles me too, man. He has a great game against the Rams. A big catch, he blocks a punt, and then he disappears. They don't use him. So it's weird, man. No, I don't think he's on the roster, though. I think you got to go out and get it in free agency, or you draft one. The wide receiver market this year is not as top-heavy as it's been in the past few years. But once you hit the second and third round, you can find yourself some guys. So I think Derek Young and Jake Bobo will definitely compete, throwing Cody White as well. But they're going to draft a receiver.
I felt a little bad for Cody White after that Rams game because obviously Seattle lost. So what you're talking about is Reek Woolen giving up that late touchdown, Geno Smith's pick 6 that ends up costing you, right? You're talking about those moments. A decision to go for it on 4th when you weren't moving the ball as opposed to kick a field goal, whatever. It was like that Jermaine Kearse Super Bowl 49 treatment of like, we'd be talking about one of the greatest Super Bowl catches, except that team lost, so we aren't.
Yep.
And one's in a Super Bowl and one is a regular season game against the Rams and you didn't end up going to the playoffs. But it's like sometimes you have guys that have great moments and none of it matters in the end because their team didn't win, so you can't be like, great job, that was amazing, this was a career game for you. Or Cody White.
Come on, Cody. Give Cody a shot.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, no decisions were made in a college football playoff meeting on Tuesday about formats used for the 2025 and 2026 seasons. What's the real headline?
Not making a decision on something monumental? That's so unlike college sports leaders. It's weird for them.
It's weird. The committee says they're waiting on more research before they make a decision. But something that needs to change immediately, and I think that it will, is that the top 4 highest ranked teams need to have the bye. I don't care what conference they're in. I don't care who they played. I think they tried it out this year. You gave Boise State a bye. You gave some other teams a bye that probably didn't deserve it. Arizona State did deserve that bye, though. That was fun for them to watch. But, yeah, just give the top 4 ranking teams the bye, and I think they'll do that. And the expansion in 2026 is going to happen regardless. I think that after you expand it to 12, people just want to see more. So 14 and 16 teams are still on the table. We'll see that in 2026, but it seems like NCAA is going to do what they do and just take their time with this.
How did so one of the main critiques I always heard was Ohio State's path and
it was rough.
That it was rough. How do you prevent that? Like what was that the result of?
The conference championships.
Okay.
Like winning your conference championship. So they had to beat Tennessee, and then they had to beat Oregon, and then what is Penn State after that, I believe. Anyway, yeah, their path was crazy, and it was because of the conference champions getting the bye.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it was like there is this part of you that in sports in general that always advocates for fairness, and you're like, well, win your conference championship and you won't have to deal with it. But then you see the final outcome of the playoffs and you go, man, this feels a little lopsided.
Yeah.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3. I still can't believe I'm reading this. Former Pac-12 Commissioner Larry Scott is a candidate to be the LPGA's next commissioner. What's the real headline?
This is actually great news for anyone who's hoping the LPGA is a shell of itself in 10 years. And if you do, that's a weird thing to hope for, but I guess this is great news for you.
Maybe there's an infrastructure that they have that is foolproof, and they're like, look, we just need somebody to lead on some other things, because I don't understand this. He built the Pac-12 network instead of linking up with the ESPN and Fox and CBS and all those guys. Worked out for me. I was employed for a few years, but in the end, it was so hard to watch these games, to find these games. You know, you want to make sure your athletes are visible. You just weren't that. And then there was a time where you could have grabbed Texas and Oklahoma to join the Pac, and you just weren't able to do that. I'm sure he did some good in the conference. I'm not going to sit here and say he did absolutely nothing, but he was definitely in the forefront of this thing going under. And for him to get an opportunity with the LPGA, this lets me know that he knows somebody, his connections is who you know, and he's a great presenter. He's got in front of the people that he needs to get in front of and sold a dream to them. And how are they ignoring everything else that happened? So this is interesting to me. This gets me back to politics. President gets in the White House, whoever he is. You got people unqualified at certain spots. But I think it's human nature, right? You bring along people that you're most comfortable with. Who does he know over there?
It's just weird to ignore like a massive part of someone's resume or to think that it was somehow flukish, right? This was something that spanned. He was hired as commissioner in 2009. This was not a short or, not important tenure. If you were just to look at like, okay, he was with the Women's Tennis Association and he was an advocate for equal pay and, he was hugely impactful with that. But that was like in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
So if that was it, if that had been it, you'd go, this makes sense. This is someone who's been, a champion of women's sports and, has had a good history with this separate league. And I understand this, but right there is the black mark of his resume going, and also he kind of dropped the ball with a number of things. And within that was, we would hear, whether it was John Wilner or a number of people that more closely follow the Pac-12 be like, there's like a level of selfishness and stubbornness and kind of like a rub you the wrong way kind of feeling when it comes to the way that he spent things or chose not to spend things or spent his time. And signing a lease downtown San Francisco for the Pac-12 network was crazy. There were rumors that he would travel and stay in presidential suites on the Pac-12's dime. Just misspending.
His travel was crazy. I guess perks of the job, but if you aren't making money and your product is not the greatest, you should probably move on the humble, and that's not how he was moving. And you compound that with all the other things that we just mentioned. It just baffles me that he's getting another opportunity. This soon, right? It's been a couple years. Like, he should chill for like 4-5 years and then maybe come out the woodworks and be like, all right, I'm back. But it was like, I
like if you were a PR specialist, you'd be like, just lay low.
Just
wait
lay
for
low,
another
chill.
scandal.
Go to Cancun, man. Just kick it. You got
just
money.
Hang out. And you're not the only sports administrator who cares about, women's sports or, making sure. Like, he is not, and this is how we always feel about people where you're like, this hire doesn't make sense. It's also because this isn't the only person qualified for this job. Far from the only person who would be perfectly capable of overseeing the LPGA, of caring deeply about, the evolution of the game, promoting women's female athletes. Like, it's not the only one.
Hey, but way to hustle, Larry. Do you, dog?
Part of me respects it.
Yeah, I respect it.
I gotta say,
I just scratched my head in respect.
All right. Coming up at 1 p.m., the 33rd team, Sam Monson, talked about what the Seahawks offseason needs to look like. How do you take a massive step forward? How do you go from 10 to 11, 10 to 12, 10 to 13 wins in one offseason? He's going to join us at 1 p.m. At 12:45, we're going to have an interesting conversation about what makes a leader. There's some really cool sound from Logan Gilbert's interview on Brock and Salk about an awesome leadership gesture that he received from Luis Castillo. He talks about Cal Raleigh's leadership. So we're going to talk a bit about what that actually looks like in practice, taking a look around the NFL and hearing from Pete Carroll at the Combine next.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Brock, what is your bold prediction for the Seahawks this year?
Every day at 7:45.
I was looking at the numbers defensively when it was all said and done. Finished in the top 15 in your major categories. I think year two with more time on task. Year two with a couple additional pieces. Year two with everybody basically coming back defensively and hopefully adding a difference maker third corner. This could be a top 5 defense in the league.
Blue 88 answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep. Go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are going to need a bigger cake.
Now through March 4th, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add an unlimited mobile line. And ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires PayPal split on auto-pay stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
At 65 years old, Brian has a rather demanding hobby.
My biggest passion is snow skiing, and I ski between 70 and 80 days per year, and I ski instruct at a private resort in Montana.
Needless to say, that can be a bit tough on the joints.
When this knee started to bother me, I thought I'm doomed.
That's when Brian decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
If I did yard work or skied a few days in a row, I was fighting swelling and pain and no sleep and all sorts of problems, and that has absolutely gone away.
So are you back on the slopes?
I mean, I had a 14-day stretch with clients where I skied every day and had no problem. It was fine. It was just like, I felt like new.
So I'm guessing you would recommend this to others.
Oh, I already have. I've told everyone that'll listen.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's really, truly a miracle.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
In a sea of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. And guess what? They got openings this winter for your roof project. Call 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com. The roofing company you can trust.
Is that a new Samsung Galaxy A15 5G?
Yeah, I got it for free when I joined Cricket Nation.
Sounds pretty great.
At Cricket, anyone can get a new phone when they switch.
Whoa.
With a high-quality camera, meaning more flattering selfies for all. And super fast 5G, so you can post them for all to see. Your friends, your family, your ex. Free phone! Free phone!
Okay, I'll switch.
Welcome to Cricket Nation.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month voice plan. First month service charge and tax to its sale. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted it close to town, with a picture window overlooking a yard. And you found it. Now, when you sit down to dinner, you've got front row seats too. Your neighbor's daily pickleball game. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. It's Mike Salk here, and this summer you can experience breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and of course the best entertainment. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. The hotel opens this summer with deluxe king and 2 queen rooms, premiums, grand suites, signature suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. For more details, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We didn't just hear from John Schneider at the NFL Scouting Combine. We also heard from former Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll. Obviously, he's now representing the Raiders as their head coach, but he was asked about what his time in Seattle meant to him.
I never would have known, had I not been hanging around the area this year, how much of a connection we have made with the community and the people. And the fans and the people that I meet running through the airports and in the streets, wherever we're going, have been so gracious, and it's been such an obvious, had an obvious effect on me of how we did relate through the time we were together. And I'm really grateful for that. I'm really grateful for that. I didn't have the idea that there was that much of an exchange. Like I said, even in coming here to the Raiders, my job isn't just the team. It extends beyond that. It extends to our fans. It extends to the people that support us and fill our stadium up and make it hard to play in because we're filling every seat and all of that. They're helping us win. So we're all in this thing together. And in taking that effort to Seattle, we're rewarded so extraordinarily because of the 12s.
Bump, I don't know if lots of other head coaches feel this way. I do think Pete Carroll feels that way sincerely. And by that, I mean he sees the head coaching job as a role within a community as opposed to just a job where he's getting paid millions of dollars to coach guys up. Maybe it's his USC roots. You can tell that what he was most passionate about, in addition to winning and dominating, was being able to develop these young men to reach out in the community. He always remained really active there.
I think he realized that's what he was doing. I think he was just being himself and connecting.
That's a good point.
And just being Pete Carroll. And then when it's all said and done, he's fired from the head coach position, but he's still in the area and he's more out in the public and he's connecting with people. And he realizes, man, we did something really good here. Other than just win games and win a Super Bowl and help develop young men, we were in the community. Because as a head coach, you're required to go to events and Boys and Girls Club and all that good stuff. But maybe sometimes when you're in it, you don't even realize the true effect. So that's what I heard from Pete Carroll was, man, it's all said and done. We've done some great things. I met some good people and the community loves me. So big ups, Pete Carroll.
I'm also really glad that this is probably the case with most head coaches who are fired, right? Is once you aren't complaining about someone, you're suddenly very grateful for them. Is that I'm sure that a lot of fans were suddenly like, oh, wow, you brought this city its first Super Bowl. Thank you. When he talked about I almost didn't realize it until we were done. And until, I think he's hinting at we had so many people that were like, wow, we love you. You've meant so much. Yep. It would be like attending your own funeral in a way. If you could see, well, I'm just saying, if you could see what everyone thought about you and said about you, you'd be like, wow, I am appreciated. That's kind of what Pete Carroll went through. Jordan Schultz is reporting that Matthew Stafford, current Rams quarterback under contract, spent time with Tom Brady at his Montana home. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport says the meeting was unplanned. And Michael Silver says, I have questions. Would this be tampering? If so, did a Fox employee just report that a very visible Fox employee could be in violation of tampering rules?
Here's the thing. You go to Montana, it's planned. You don't just show up in Montana.
People show up in Montana all the time.
Come on. Oh, hey, Tom, I was just driving through Montana. Are you home? No, they set this up. That's the tough part about Tom Brady and his position. He works for Fox. He's part of the owners of the Raiders. He can't do anything. So even if he has a friend like Matthew Stafford, which I'm sure they've connected before, right? Matthew, one of the greats in the game, and Tom being the GOAT himself, this ain't the first time that they're meeting. But anytime they do meet, it could be seen as tampering because of all the positions that Tom Brady holds. And that's drama. If there's a Fox guy snitching on a Fox guy, it could be drama at the workplace. But no, this was not a random, I'm in your neighborhood type of meeting.
Well, and Jordan Schultz says in the tweet, quote, Brady has been actively trying to convince Stafford to join the Raiders. Discussions are ongoing. That is tampering.
Yeah.
If it's just to your point, these two guys are both older. Well, one's in his 40s, but one's in his mid to late 30s. It's completely believable. They maybe have hung out before. To your point, without that line from Jordan Schultz, it could just be, okay, Tom Brady, NFL circles, they're small. Franchise quarterbacks, those circles are smaller. Maybe he's hanging out, but this is tampering.
It's tampering.
It's tampering. It's definitely
Y'all
tampering.
Can't hang out no more. It's over.
Uh-oh, Jordan. Uh-oh. Oops, all Kubiaks. The 49ers have promoted Clay Kubiak, brother of Clint, to be their offensive coordinator. Half of NFC West offenses will be ran by Kubiaks, and I love that that also includes a head coach, so Shanahan. We're just keeping it in the family and keeping it old school Kubiak-Shanahan marriage here.
Exactly. It makes sense. The offenses match, but don't get it twisted. Kyle Shanahan is calling the plays. He's the guy. Now, Kubiak is going to handle maybe some of the prep that Shanahan doesn't want to handle, and it could be collaborative. And when it's all said and done, we know who's calling the plays. That's going to be Kyle Shanahan. But no, this makes complete sense, man. The Shanahan tree is connected to the Kubiak tree, which is connected to the Sean McVay tree. This is the NFL.
Which is connected to the
days.
thigh bone, which is connected to the
Essentially, it's connected
chin.
to Kevin O'Connell, which is, I mean, it just goes on and on. It's connected to Mike McDaniels. It goes on and on and on.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that he hires somebody who understands exactly what he wants.
Giants GM Joe Schoen was also speaking at the NFL Combine, and props to the reporters brave enough to open that by asking him whether he regrets letting Saquon Barkley walk in free agency. He was asked about Barkley winning a Super Bowl with the rival Eagles and whether or not he'd advise teams to do off-season hard knocks first about Saquon.
Yeah, I'm happy for Saquon. Obviously went on to win the Super Bowl, and we wish him nothing but the best. Always going to evaluate all the decisions you make, and we were at a different place in our build. And again, love Saquon and wish him nothing but the best.
We saw all of that unfold during Hard Knocks. What was their special one called? Not in season, but like off-season Hard Knocks or whatever. He was asked, hey, have you spoken to other teams about doing that?
No, I haven't gotten any calls on that. I think I know what that would tell him.
He would tell them not to. He would say, do not do this under any circumstances. They will replay your worst decisions over and over and over, because every front office makes a bad decision every offseason.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously his was letting Saquon walk. And he said he's happy for Saquon. No, he's not. You're not happy for him. You are jealous. You are remorseful. You are all of that, man, because you couldn't do what Philly did with him. Now, obviously, Philly's front office is a better ran front office. Offensive line game is crazy. Defense is on point. You got players leaving and coming back. They are established when it comes to culture. The New York Giants, the New York Jets, the Cleveland Browns, those are three organizations that have been constantly trying to figure it out and just haven't been able to get it done. So, yeah, he's going to say he's happy for Saquon.
Yeah.
But he's resentful as heck right now.
Oh, you know, I would be. Just like literally, if I'm a GM and there are so... I was going to say there are probably so many other things he's done where you'd be like, great for you, but I'm actually reflecting on that thought, thinking, I don't know, Joe. You got some steps to make up with this team.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Giants, from Pro Football Talk, this was this morning, quote, the juiciest rumor at the Combine, I feel like I'm Gossip Girl, is that Aaron Rodgers has reached out to the Giants. Pro Football Talk sums up his situation like this, Bump. Rodgers has listed two factors, and this is public, in his search for a new team. One, that team must want him, and two, that team needs to be good. But he might be having trouble finding a good team that wants him.
No good team's going to want you, sir. And it's not because of... It is because of who you are. That's exactly why. Who you are as a player and who you are as a person. It's just, it might be time to retire. Because if he's reaching out to the Giants ain't reaching out to him. He is reaching out. That means that his phone is not ringing, man. And it's unfortunate to see Aaron Rodgers potentially go out this way, because he will be remembered as one of the greatest to ever do it. But in this time that we're frozen and we're watching this go down, now he seems desperate. And I never want to see a great go out like that. Even if you don't agree with some of the things that he's said and he's done, he's still, top 4 or 5 of all time.
Yeah.
So good luck to you, Aaron Rodgers.
All right, next and last story here. Ian Rappaport says the Packers have had trade conversations with other teams about former All-Pro corner Jair Alexander. I think it will be weird to see him with another team. I also think it's always weird hearing about, there was, Allen from Washington, someone else this morning, I think from the Panthers. It's just always when you hear about, like, who's unhappy with his current team or who's maybe costing his team a little too much money. And it's always weird when they're guys you associate with that team.
Yeah, and Jair, he just hasn't been able to stay healthy.
Yeah.
And that's the name of the game. And once he's, 28 years old, so he's getting close to 30, and they start looking at you a bit different. It's probably time to go, and I'm sure somebody will trade for him. He'll be just fine.
Coming up next, what qualities must a team leader possess? And who's that guy for the Mariners? What about the Seahawks? That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Joining us here in the booth, Mariners broadcaster Gary Hill.
Julio being Julio is still going to matter, I think, more than anyone else you bring in. I think he can be a true difference maker, all-star MVP quality. I mean, we all know what his ceiling can be. And I'm actually really confident that he's going to have a big year. And because we have seen it in flashes where he has been among the best players in baseball.
Yeah.
Like the absolute best player that this game has to offer.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Stacy Rost here. If you're like me, you've been putting off getting a new car for years. Maybe you don't want to take time to shop or you don't feel comfortable with more spending, and I get it. But I finally had some repairs for my car that felt like too much to overcome, so I pulled the trigger on a new vehicle, and I knew just where to go. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. I went over the selection of new and used vehicles at wayscarford.com. A ton of Ford models like Broncos and Escapes, but also models from Kia, Chevrolet, Toyota, and more, all at amazing prices. Also amazing, the shopping experience in person. You guys know how much trust matters when you're shopping for a new car, so I knew I could depend on Wayscar Ford, a company that's been in business for over 100 years in Auburn. I ended up with a 2024 Bronco Sport, and I'm obsessed. In hindsight, I cannot believe I didn't do this sooner. Heated seats, a heated steering wheel, and four-wheel drive in the winter has been a game changer. So head to wayscarford.com to check out the selection for yourself. I know you'll enjoy the process as much as I did. That's Wayscar Ford in Auburn, wayscarford.com.
Discover LeMay, America's car museum in Tacoma. Explore 300 world-class cars, 100 years of history, and the Shinka exhibit with 50 iconic Japanese sports cars. Thrilling race simulators and fun for the whole family. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's Business Solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Old Spice Swagger Body Wash will make you the MVP of freshness and confidence. With its irresistible scent, it will transform your shower experience, leaving you feeling fresh on and off the field. Pair it with Old Spice Swagger Deodorant, the #1 aluminum-free brand that keeps you feeling like a Super Bowl champion 24/7 when used daily. But don't wait. This dynamic duo is available at Costco for a limited time only. Old Spice, official deodorant partner of the NFL and Super Bowl 59, where freshness meets football greatness.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
The wait is over. Hey, it's your old pal the Graz here, inviting you to come celebrate the grand reopening of Jackson Park's driving range. They are throwing a party and everyone is invited. They'll have new range balls, mats and targets, music on the range, and face painting for the kids, so bring the whole family. Free Top Tracer all weekend long as well. That's right. Free Top Tracer all weekend long as well. How about free 10-minute lessons after 2 p.m., food specials, and of course, plenty to drink. All day Saturday, the grand reopening of Jackson Park's spanking new driving range.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Between his hobbies and decades of work in a boatyard, Philip had put his body through a lot.
I'm an avid fly fisherman and an avid skier. It takes its toll.
Not to mention one other thing.
I had a near-fatal motorcycle accident. Absolutely obliterated my lower left leg again.
Philip couldn't live with the pain anymore, so he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
Listening to all these radio spots, I said, what do I got to lose?
What was your experience like with Dr. Wagner?
What I was so impressed with Mark about is that how often you have a surgery like this, and the guy calls you the next day to see how you're doing. I can't say enough good things about the guy, honestly.
And how are you feeling now?
I have no pain, none. Zero.
Wow. So would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I'm a fan, believe me. I'd recommend it to anybody.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Rain. It is like our regional calling card here in the Northwest. And when we get a lot of rain, eventually the earth that our homes are built on, that becomes saturated. And that leads to groundwater intrusion in your crawl space. That's no good. Mike Salk here. And if rain or groundwater is making its way into your crawl space, it can create big problems, including structural damage or toxic mold that ventilates into your home. You don't want any part of it. That's why Crawl Pros can keep your crawl space dry by installing a crawl space drainage system that reroutes all that water back out and away from your home. They'll also inspect the crawl for mold and properly address if there are any signs of danger. Don't take a risk. Do what I did. Have Crawl Pros come out and do a free corner-to-corner inspection and learn if you have any water issues at all. They will go where you don't want to. Certainly where I don't want to. If you're worried about water damage, mold, insulation, critters, issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com to schedule a free inspection. That's crawlpros.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What makes a leader? Is it different by team, by league, by situation? What does that person need to possess? Do you sometimes have the wrong voices or wrong leaders in place? And what happens when that happens? Logan Gilbert had an interview with Brock and Salk that aired this morning, and he had some really cool stuff to say about Luis Castillo and Cal. And I liked the quotes, so I wanted to find a way to get the quotes in here because I liked the story. But then I also thought the conversation itself that followed naturally with, okay, well, is that what leadership looks like for everyone? Was an interesting one I wanted to throw your way. So first, let's go to Logan's story about Luis Castillo.
Yeah, and I would say he's the same every single day, too. It's what you think he is, but it's also there's no off days really with him. It's what you see is what you get, and he's going to be that way all the time. That's what you want from a leader in the clubhouse.
What you see is what you get. He's going to be that way all the time. He mentions Luis Castillo leaving when Logan was an all-star a watch, just subtly, left it in his locker and didn't say anything. He didn't make a show of it. He didn't give it to him in front of everyone else. It was just a way to say, good for you. This is an amazing accomplishment. I'm so proud of you. But he didn't make a show. It was just he left it in there, and then Logan saw it, and Luis had gone out to practice and was throwing bullpen sessions or whatever. It wasn't even a thing, and it was just, hey, congratulations. He also.
You mean he didn't do it for the gram?
He didn't do it for the gram.
Nah.
No, he didn't do it for the gram. He talked about Cal's leadership.
Yeah, it's great. And I think everybody's starting to see that for sure. It's fun to watch how he's grown over the years. If you think back 3 years ago or whatever, it's a completely different story for him, for me, everybody. But I think he knows himself really well and kind of established himself in that role where guys trust him. It's not like he's some outsider trying to chirp in and people don't trust him. He's just got banged up enough and proven himself out there. He's not sitting out games, anything like that. People know on the inside what he has played through. That gets a lot of respect from the other people around him. And then he knows the game so well. He's not making stuff up on the fly. When he says something, there's meaning behind it.
Okay, so an example of two very different leaders who lead in different ways with the Mariners. What does a good leader need to have?
You need to be a baller. You can't lead and not be one of the better players on your team.
You can't be the third tight end?
Nah, you can't do that. You could be a leader, but a certain type of leader. I'm just going to work hard, lead by example. But no, one, you got to be a baller. Two, you have to be so secure with yourself because there are so many different ways to do this. And clearly, Castillo is the silent type. You even see him on the mound. Even though he does his little fist pump or what, there's something just so subtle and quiet about his whole demeanor when he's on the mound. And consistency is key. And I think the way that Castillo left the watch and just dipped out and then Logan had to find it makes complete sense when you look at just Castillo's demeanor. And then with Cal's a bit different because as a catcher, you almost have to be vocal, right? You can't be just the quiet guy, scared of confrontation. And we've seen him get waved off a couple of pitches, him call timeout and be like, look, man, this is what we're going to do. Follow my lead. So I think, one, you have to be a baller. Two, you have to be consistent with your approach. You can't be afraid of confrontation. And then guys just got to like you.
Yeah.
I mean, you can let me check this. Respect you. You cannot like somebody, but respect them. I'm sure there were times where Tom Brady wasn't liked, where Peyton Manning wasn't liked, but they respected their work ethic and how they went about their business to where you just kind of fell in line. So I take that back. You don't necessarily have to be liked, but you have to be respected with your consistency and the way you perform.
Well, and to that point, like, you can't have it both ways. You can't want to be the leader just because you're a good player, but you're showing up 10 minutes late to meetings, or on game nights when everyone's in the team hotel, you're, coming in at like 1, 2 in the morning. Like, you can't be like, well, I'm good and I want us to win, so I'm going to be the leader. Like, that's not your role. I think being a leader probably requires a level of sacrifice and dedication, because otherwise you seem hypocritical. You know what I mean? If you're calling for Aaron Rodgers, you're calling for accountability, but you're not playing well. And then you're out here, talking to, the Pat McAfee show while simultaneously saying that drama needs to stay within the locker room. Like, you can't be hypocritical. You can't, have it both ways. I'm thinking of great leaders I've covered. Dwayne Brown. I was going to add presence. Dwayne Brown had a presence that was it was like a commanding presence. Cam Chancellor was like that. Right?
Tyler Lockett is a leader, and he does it his way, nice and quiet and subtle about his stuff. But end of the day, people are going to follow and respect men and women that show up and give their all whenever they're out there. Whether you are in the classroom prepping for a game or whatnot, in the training room taking care of your body, they're going to notice these things about you, so that when you speak, it's almost like they subconsciously just kind of tap back into all the stuff and all the work they seen you put in, to where your words are going to hold so much more value than someone else who doesn't work hard or doesn't perform at a high level. So there are many different ways to lead, and I think it's important to have multiple leaders. So I hate when people say, well, who's the leader of this team? I go, well, there's the guy who's leading the charge, but there's also the guy who's in Tom Brady's ear telling him to calm down. There's also the guy who is pulling more of the rookies to the side and lacing them with game. So when you have a roster of 20-plus guys on a baseball team, you're going to have multiple leaders. And it's almost like you need different kind of leaders. If you look at the leaders of the Mariners right now, I'll just pick 3. We'll go Castillo, Cal, and Julio. 3 different ways of doing it. Julio's always laughing and smiling and talking to people. Cal is a bit more dad vibes, kind of stern with stuff. Then Castillo's just quiet, just watch me go to work. So I think it's important that not only do you have multiple leaders, but you have different ways of leading.
Okay, follow-up question. Yesterday, we talked about the most important players for the Mariners and Seahawks, and 2 very popular answers. Most important player for the Mariners is Julio. Most important player for the Seahawks is Geno. I don't know that either team or either name strikes me as like, this is the quintessential leader of this team. Like, does it matter if the dude for your team maybe isn't the best leader or the greatest leader? Like, can you have that?
Yeah, you can have that.
Yeah.
We've had it. I've had it before, definitely. But I think when it comes to at least offense, Geno is that guy. I don't think the team looks to anybody else but Geno on offense. Defensively, I think is where you get a few names. You got Leo, you got Jay Reed over there. Ernest as well has hopped into that leadership role. There's it's different climate, man, different circumstances for each ball club when it comes to leaders. Yeah. But you have seen guys who are less talented be leaders, but they're still extremely productive and consistent.
I know. The only time I think of guys that are really, really talented and not leaders, it's just because they're young. Young and immature, and they're figuring it out. Yeah, but otherwise, it's like you have to be that role.
Manny Beniers, like we knew eventually he's going to be captain, right?
But you kind of have to.
His rookie season, they're not going to give that to him.
Yeah. All right. Well, how did the Seahawks take a step forward this offseason? Let's bring on the 33rd team, Sam Monson, next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Mike Macdonald does not mess around. Not at all. And if you don't fit, you don't stick. A couple of linebackers, an offensive coordinator, safeties, corners, linemen who lost jobs. He wants it done his way. And I like that.
I think ultimately this just feels like, hey man, Mike Macdonald's got this kind of conviction. And I don't suffer fools. And if you're not going to buy in or you don't have the tools that work with what I want to do, we're going to move on
Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we are committed to giving you quality workmanship and white glove service that exceed your expectations. Get our exclusive leak armor installation backed by a lifetime warranty. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 4th, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add an unlimited mobile line. And ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires PayPal and auto-pay stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
In a sea of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. And guess what? They got openings this winter for your roof project. Call 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com, the roofing company you can trust.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
All eyes have been on the top 2 quarterback prospects in this class, Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, and that's especially true considering the top 2 names. The Titans and Browns both need quarterbacks, but Penn State's Abdul Carter is making his case for going number 1 overall. During this week's scouting combine in Indy, Carter told reporters, quote, defensive players impact the game just as much as the quarterback. All the teams that have won Super Bowls, they have that one standout player. I feel like I'm that.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Talking Seahawks with the 33rd team, Sam Monson on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Sam, how's it going?
I'm doing well. How about you guys?
Fantastic. It's a weird point in the offseason where like everything's possible, but you don't quite have any news yet. So you're just kind of waiting. I wanted to start this conversation with you by focusing on how the Seahawks take steps forward. And I'll start by asking you whether they met, exceeded, or didn't meet your own expectations for year 1 under Mike Macdonald.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they probably exceeded expectations a little bit. I think when you came down to it, this was a very good team across the board. They look like a side that could absolutely contend and make noise, but on paper heading into the season, you looked at this roster and said, there's a weakness on the interior of the offensive line, a kind of fatal flaw to this team. And unfortunately, it stayed there kind of all the way through the year, and that remained the flaw of this team. I think is still the single biggest weakness. So I think this team is really close to being very, very good, but they do need to find a way of patching over that offensive line weakness.
Sam, I'm with you 100%. I think this team is close to being really good. That's why I'm on the side of the fence that says keep Geno. I don't want to take 2 steps back because you have guys like DK and JSN and hopefully Ernest and Leo. Like, there's a lot of talent on this ball club. How do you think this team moves forward with the quarterback situation?
Yeah, obviously Geno's reaching the age where, you have to start keeping one eye on a succession plan, but he's been a really successful signing for them. Discovery initially and then a signing when they gave him the extended contract. Geno Smith, I think, has shown that he can play at a really high level. And last season, when you factor in that offensive line weakness, I think you saw just how good he can be. And we didn't really get to see just how bad that line problem was until you put a different quarterback back there. And you suddenly started to see just how bad this should look if Geno Smith isn't playing extremely high-level football behind it. So, I think you got to keep Geno Smith there, have an eye towards the future, but he should be the quarterback.
Yeah, Sam, I think that's where I landed with this as well. And just in any Geno analysis is like, well, you can knock him for some decision-making errors and a pick 6 against the Rams or moments where you just go like, Geno, what are you doing? But at the same time, you can't then give him no credit for playing behind this line because I don't think it's like, take any quarterback, take him out and put any quarterback in and they're just fine. I really worry about that. Fixing every team in 5 minutes is a tough task. But when you look at the Seattle Seahawks, I'm guessing, obviously, up front is where your fix starts. But how do they go about doing this? Is it pick 18? Is it free agency?
Yeah, they're a tough team to kind of project that way because if we were doing it, I think we would absolutely use that first-round draft pick on an interior offensive lineman. But we know they don't like to do that. They like to get those guys later on in the draft. And I think, in a vacuum or on paper, that is a shrewd way of doing it. It is a sensible way of allocating resources and trying to, attack those lower value positions with lower value resources and not overcommit. But when you have a team that's kind of built the way they are right now, where they're very good almost everywhere, but they do have this one real weakness, I think you can just sort of say, look, it might not be optimal in a vacuum. It might not be exactly the way we want to do this, but the easiest way of fixing this is to throw some significant resources at it. So obviously it always depends on who's there when your pick rolls around, but I would absolutely be looking long and hard about using that first-round pick on an interior offensive lineman, as well as obviously looking in free agency and seeing if we can add a body or a comfortable starter there as well.
We're looking at the Jamar Chase, T. Higgins situation, and, someone asked, they said, look, is Jamar Chase as good as he is because he has that number 2 in T. Higgins? And no doubt that T. Higgins helps, but Jamar Chase is just special. He's going to get his regardless. So I was looking at this situation here in Seattle, and our colleague, Brock Heward, said, look, JSN is a 1 because DK is a 1, and they need each other. They can help each other out. Is it that simple, and how important is it that DK remains a Seahawk to take some of that pressure off of JSN?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're certainly complementary receivers, and they have complementary skill sets as well. And together, I think they are a very potent wide receiver duo, and certainly a reason that Geno Smith can have a lot of success. I would be looking to keep them together, keep them intact, particularly with JSN being on that rookie contract and, a relatively cheap player at this point. I think you can look at a guy like DK Metcalf and say, maybe he has some limits to his game. Like, he's not necessarily the all-around superstar player that can do everything the way a guy like Jamar Chase is. And if the right offer came along, it would be intriguing. But, at that point, I think you're voluntarily getting worse, albeit with, draft capital that you can then try and get better again with. But, better the devil these two guys are extremely good and work well together. I would keep that intact as long as I could.
Better the devil is absolutely right. And that's how I feel about a lot of personnel decisions with this team. But there is someone they don't know, and that's brand new offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak. Obviously, we know a version of who he was with Minnesota, with the Saints, but both situations had kind of compounding factors that kept you from seeing the full picture of who he might be here. Most recently with the Saints, it was obviously injuries up front and to some skill position players. For the hire itself, do you think there's a chance that even with some modest gains on the offensive line, this team could take a big step forward just because of play calling, just because of scheme?
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible. And, for years, that scheme, that sort of Shanahan family tree of schemes, has done a really good job of helping offensive lines look better, even without huge upgrades or huge improvements in personnel. So there's always a chance that the line improves dramatically just with the addition of that offense and that offensive scheme as well. Last year, it didn't quite have the same effect that it did all across the board. Kind of all those Shanahan offensive lines that looked weak on paper actually looked weak on the field as well. So maybe that kind of magic has run out, but it's definitely possible, I think, that this group will look significantly better because this offensive scheme is still a very good one and can maximize the talents of everybody that they do have.
And we know with Kubiak, he wants to establish the run. You got 3 good running backs over here, K9, Charbonnet, and McIntosh. But Stacy and I were just having a conversation, too. Like, do they go and draft another running back with how deep this pool is this year at the RB position? What do you think they will and should do? Do you think the 3 here are enough, or maybe you throw another one on the roster?
Well, I think the 3 are definitely enough, but I think it's a really good running back draft class, and it's a position where, those guys do have an extremely short shelf life, and, second contracts are always coming due. You can always kind of get younger and cheaper if you find guys that are very good. So I think anytime you look at the draft class and it's loaded with talent at running back, I would grab a guy in the mid-rounds. And, if he is the kind of player that can make an impact and can be a useful contributor for that kind of money as a mid-round rookie contract, that's such a steal. And you can potentially, move on from a more expensive guy down the line, and it lets you kind of keep that position extremely strong. So I definitely don't think they need an upgrade at that spot, but just in terms of value and being smart and keeping kind of young and cheap at that position, I think it's a smart thing to grab a guy.
Hey, Sam, I've got kind of an impossible question, but there are also a lot of potential answers, so it's fun, but I'll warn you before I ask. A critique I always see about Geno, about the Seahawks, about where they've been for the last several seasons, is that they're stuck in the middle. You're never so bad that you're drafting number one, but you're never so good that you're in a Super Bowl. And they haven't had the same postseason success, even when Russ was here, that they did during their Super Bowl seasons. How do you get out of the middle?
Yeah, it's a tough question. I think, the easiest way to being an elite team is finding a quarterback that's genuinely elite. But obviously, that's not that easy to do. And Geno Smith, I think, has shown he can play extremely good football. He does seem to have a kind of a fatal flaw to his game. His work in the red zone, is a weakness. I think that's consistently an area where he does struggle with. But outside of that, he can be at that extremely high level. I think you have to look at this and say, look, we're not paying him as much as some of these truly elite quarterbacks, so you have to expect there to be a bit of a gap between him and those very top guys. Let's try and use that to make sure that the roster is better than those other teams, and that's what offsets the gap and kind of bridges it and creates a team that can contend. So, I think you look at the Seahawks team and say Geno Smith plus a better offensive line a year ago puts this team in a contending area, and that's what they have to try and do. I mean, I think Jalen Hurts, Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles, Hurts is not an elite quarterback. He's not in that, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes kind of tier. He's in the next tier down, but the Eagles had arguably the best roster in the NFL, and that's the difference. That's the kind of task that Seattle has with a quarterback like Geno.
What do you think about their draft class last year? Michael Jarrell, you got Laumea, you have Chris Haynes as well. And we saw all of them at some point due to injury. Did you see any hope in those guys, or do you feel like after 1 year you should try to move on? I mean, they're going to draft an all-line guy anyway, and I think they're going to hit the free agent market. But do you think there's still room for these guys to develop? And if so, which one kind of stood out to you?
Yeah, there's definitely room to develop. I mean, the offensive line is a position where it can take 2 or 3 years for those guys to hit their stride and become, the players that they're going to be. And in particular, I mean, we really liked Christian Haynes. I thought that was a really good draft pick when they made it. And it kind of justified what John Schneider had been saying. We don't want to use a first-round pick on somebody like a Jackson Powers Johnson. We like to target these guys lower down in the draft. And then they came away with somebody like Christian Haynes. And, we were like, well, it backs up everything he said. That's a great addition. Haynes didn't, play lights out right out of the gate, but we still liked him as a prospect and as a guy that could be good down the line. I think when you're dealing with rookies that were not massively high draft picks, you don't have a huge amount of capital tied up in them, and they didn't set the world alight right away. You have to assume that, you need a contingency plan. You need another option. And if they still work out and develop, great. It's never a bad thing for, multiple players to turn out good. But you can't rely on those guys and put yourself in a position where if they don't work out, it can undermine an otherwise very good roster.
All right, we only have a couple more minutes with you, so I'm going to step away from Seattle a little, and while we have you, just take a look at some other stories in the NFL. One of them is obviously going to be about where some of these free agent quarterbacks land. It's a weird class. It's like not especially strong, but it feels like reclamation projects has just been a theme the last couple seasons, and there are some potentials here. What to you is the most interesting quarterback team marriage out there?
Well, I think it's a little bit like last year that we're kind of going to wait to see where the dominoes fall. Last year, I think the big domino was Kirk Cousins in his saga, the divorce from Minnesota, and then eventually where he would end up in Atlanta. And that was the thing that kind of set all of the wheels in motion, and eventually every other quarterback piece sort of fit around him. This year, I think it's a combination of Sam Darnold and then this Matthew Stafford thing that's out there. Whether Stafford is going to get traded away from the Rams, or if they're simply trying to use the rest of the league to gauge what his value is and try and come up with a contract extension that makes everybody happy. But Darnold showed last year that he could be very, very good. He could be in that Geno Smith world of high-level play for a long period of time, and then it spectacularly unraveled right at the end. Yeah. And I think there are teams out there that haven't been able to get their quarterback for a few years, like the Las Vegas Raiders maybe. That, I think, to me, is going to be the fascinating thing. Who grab Sam Darnold? Where does it happen? What does that do to the draft, the ripples that will have? Does Darnold go to the Raiders? Does he go to Tennessee? Does he go to the Giants? These are all places where it would completely shake up everybody's mock draft that's going on right now and kind of change the way we view the next big team-building offseason iteration, the draft period.
Last one I got for you. Let's talk a little Aaron Rodgers before we get you out of here. He says he wants to go to a place that wants him and that wants to win. That's good. I don't see many places for him to go out there, but then he does the opposite and he hits up the New York Football Giants. He seems like he just got out of a relationship. He's on a dating app and he doesn't know what he's doing right now.
Yeah, well, I think the problem is, right, I mean, everyone wants to go to a contending team that wants a quarterback and wants you, and, that's the ideal landing spot. But you're right. You look throughout the league and you're like, well, that's a pretty tough sell. There aren't that many of those teams out there, and it's given the season that Rodgers just had, given how badly it went with the Jets, it's hard to find another team that's willing to jump into that and say, absolutely, let's go. So then you have to go, well, okay, who would want him at all? I mean, where's any kind of situation where he might land as a legitimate option and a team that's, really desperate enough to make that happen? The Giants, I think, would certainly tick that box because, how badly last season went, the pressure that everybody must be under, Joe Shane and Brian Daboll there within that building. If they don't love one of the quarterbacks at the top of this draft, if they don't think they can get their guy, given that they're picking a couple of spots lower than they maybe should have been given their season, maybe the Giants would entertain Aaron Rodgers to try and be a short-term fix. Again, the Raiders, maybe they would go in that direction. The Steelers are one that's been talked about a lot. This is a team that actually could be good if Aaron Rodgers plays anything like high-end football. And Tomlin is the kind of strong personality that might be able to coach Rodgers in a way that he hasn't really been coached since Matt LaFleur in Green Bay. Challenge him, get him doing things that he's uncomfortable doing because that's the best version of Rodgers out there. So it's a tough sell to try and find a natural landing spot for Rodgers, but I don't think he can afford to be picky.
He is the 33rd team, Sam Monson, kind enough to join us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Sam, thanks so much for your time, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Sam.
Anytime, guys. Take it easy.
Bump.
Stacy.
Before I get to Four Down territory, you know what I'm going to ask you.
What?
Are you jealous that Sam is Irish?
So I hit up our guys back here, Curtis and Matt, and I'm like, is he from Minnesota? He's saying out. I'm like, no, I think he's Irish. I wanted to say Irish.
No, I'm so glad you did it.
I didn't want to embarrass you guys.
When I told you he was Irish, I was worried that you were going to cut the interview off and just scream Irish.
One of my
Sam would have been like, click.
One of my favorite developments of the last, I would say only in the last 5-6 months, has been Bump falling in love with saying Irish, and then the thought of going to Ireland.
I'm going.
I know you are. I feel like just within your soul, a little piece of you is like, no, I'm Irish.
I'm pretty sure when I do my ancestry, they're going to be like
some Ireland.
0.5 Irish.
Well, I think you should try it. I think you should just see what it says.
Even if it doesn't say it, it's a lie.
You have a soul-like connection to Ireland right now that is, I can't even describe it. And
it's real.
I didn't think of it until Sam started answering questions, and I looked over at you, and I was like, I wonder if it's like that Julia
confused.
Roberts when there's the calculations in her head, and you were like,
I was confused. I was like, is it Minnesota or is that my people?
Is it Minnesota or is it Irish? Let's get to Four Down territory.
This is Four Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, do you think the open competition at quarterback in Indy is fair?
Unfortunately, I do think it's fair. Unfortunate for Anthony Richardson because I'm one of those guys who feel like you shouldn't just give up on quarterback so quickly. But when he's doing exactly what he did in college, it's like, all right, how much better can he get? In college, he completed 56% of his passes in his last 2 years, 53% his last year. He is completing 50% of his passes here in the NFL. He had 11 touchdowns in 2 years, 14 games in the NFL, 13 interceptions. He had 23 in 14. He is giving you exactly what he did in college. And I think you and I, plus a lot of people, saw the way he threw the football, his athleticism, and we were interested. Then we heard his brother with the deepest voice of all time. You remember his little brother?
Oh, my God. Yes, and he was 13.
Yeah, crazy. Right?
We need to find that clip.
We just fell in love with Anthony Richardson and his physical capabilities, but everyone knows that it's deeper than that. So they should bring in a quarterback to compete with him, and the quarterback that they should bring in is Danny Dimes. And the reason why I say Danny Dimes is because he can do some of the things that Anthony Richardson can do. Not as athletic, but there was a year where he rushed, 700-800 yards and 10 touchdowns. That's when he got his money. He got his deal there. Yes, it should be a wide-open competition, and the QB they should bring in is Danny Dimes. You are essentially paying or getting for what you paid for when it comes to Anthony Richardson.
Second down. What NFL myths have been put to bed the past couple seasons?
Put to bed, and I love it because some of our texters, they're just irrational. They just yell. You can tell they're yelling through the text, even though there's no capitals or anything. You just feel what the intensity. Sometimes there's caps. And a few years ago, they're like, you can't win a Super Bowl when your quarterback has 20% of your cap. Guess what? You got Pat Mahomes. He's done that. And then they were hollering, you can't win when you're paying a wide receiver $30 million. Guess what? A.J. Brown, $32 million. He just won a Super Bowl. And not only do they have one, they have two wide receivers over there, but Devontae Smith getting paid $25 million. Both scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl. I'm just saying, time is always going to tell. And you can't say you shouldn't pay this guy that, you shouldn't pay that guy that, because there's going to be some team, some scenario where it works out. And that's exactly what happened here. So now I'm waiting for the next position for people to say that you shouldn't pay and you can't pay to win the Super Bowl, because it is going to happen. You just have to give it time. Wideouts have only been getting paid this type of money the last 3-4 years. So there you go, Mythbuster.
Third down. What will the NFL be watching closely during the UFL season?
All right, they're going to be watching the new onside kick. Well, it's not an onside kick, but last year UFL had a 4th and 15 instead of doing an onside kick because it gave you a 12% chance of converting. Onside kicks around 2 to 3%. We hardly see those things go the other way. Lower. Yeah, it's crazy. I couldn't tell you the last time I saw an onside kick recovered by the kicking team. It's just been too long. So now the UFL, they're going to change it to 4th and 12 instead of 4th and 15 to give offenses more opportunity to get the football back. And I like it because the onside kick, man, you want to talk about a dangerous play. That play is still dangerous. You're popping the ball in the air. You got guys called headhunters who are just there to run into somebody and blow them up. And then the chances of you getting the ball aren't very high. So this is what the UFL is for. It's for development, for guys getting second and third chances, and it's for the NFL to observe some new plays and concepts or whatnot. I like it. I'll be watching the UFL to check out that 4th and 12.
I was trying to find the last team to recover their own onside kick. I think the Cowboys were the first team of the season to do it, but were they the last? I don't know. I don't know. I need to look this up a little bit more. Maybe there's something from the playoffs that I'm just blanking on. If anyone remembers, let me know. 4th down. Liam Cohen, the new head coach for the Jags, may be making a big mistake. What is it?
He's making a huge mistake. He says he wants Trevor Lawrence to help with the roster. Listen, he's not Peyton Manning. He's not Tom Brady. He ain't Pat Mahomes. You got to be the elite of the elite of the elite, future Hall of Famer, before a coach comes to you and says, what do you think about the roster?
What should we do?
This is what you do, though. What do you like about Brian Thomas? What are the strengths of Christian Kirk? What routes do you like for him? Because those are the guys you got to have the most chemistry with when it comes to throwing the football. But to just open up the roster to a young man who has a lot of talent but hasn't really capitalized on it yet, been to the playoffs one time, it's crazy to me. I know, Liam Cohen, you're a young head coach, and maybe you want to get up on the right foot with Trevor Lawrence, who's 25 years of age. But this ain't the move here. You got to rely on your scouting department, rely on your assistant coaches, and then you sprinkle in a little bit of what Trevor Lawrence thinks. But the article I read made it seem like he's wide open. Like, let's sit down and hash this thing out like you're putting together a fantasy football team. That's not the way it should be. Not with this young man, at least not yet. Maybe if he reaches a different level, you have that, but I don't think he's there yet.
Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
I know who put this one here. It's season 48 of Survivor, and it premieres tonight with a 2-hour episode at 8 p.m. on CBS. Right. One of the best shows on television. We heard from Mike Macdonald at the NFL Scouting Combine. That is coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We've been going position group by position group. We move on to safeties, Dave. So you got Julian Love, who's entering the first year of a 3-year extension. He had a great season. You got Kobe Bryant in the final year of his rookie deal. Rayshon Jenkins is the most likely cap casualty here because he's got a $7.9 million cap hit. And if they release him, they save $5.4 million. He had some plays, but he didn't have $7.9 million cap hit plays.
I agree.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Jay Leno, live Wednesday, April 9th at Muckleshoot Event Center. Come laugh it up with one of comedy's living legends. No politics, no lectures, just jokes, and they're all clean. Get your tickets before they sell out at muckleshootcasino.com. Jay Leno live Wednesday, April 9th, only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Muckleshoot.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. The season's first tryout for adults ages 18 to 65 and older is this Sunday, March 2nd at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the New Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced New Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the New Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your New Skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the New Skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
Sherry, what have you done to your hair? What do you mean? Does it not look good? It doesn't look good. It looks freaking amazing. I can't believe how thick and healthy it looks. Oh, I must know your secret. No secret. It's hair volume from New Nordic. Hair volume, huh? Well, it certainly lives up to its name. Your hair has never looked so thick. It is gorgeous. I was so tired of having thin and brittle hair. Ugh, and the shedding. So I figured I'd give hair volume a try. Needless to say, I'm thrilled with the results. Hey, where are you going? I'm going to pick up some hair volume right now. My reunion's next month and I want my hair to look as good as yours.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of many award-winning natural health products from New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Scandinavia. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or your local CVS. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy. Help your hair look full, voluminous, and beautiful again at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Seattle Sports is in Arizona for spring training baseball. Go behind the scenes with Brock and Saw all this week from 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. It's Mike Salk here, and this summer you can experience breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and of course the best entertainment. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. The hotel opens this summer with deluxe king and 2 queen rooms, premiums, grand suites, signature suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. For more details, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Calling all pickleballers, Champions of Change and Safeway announced a multi-city pickleball tournament, including celebrity games with Seahawks legends Doug Baldwin, Mike Bennett, Cliff Averill, and more. In collaboration, Nourishing Champions campaign will be raising awareness and accepting donations to provide nutritious foods for student athletes in under-resourced high schools. You can help by donating at your local Safeway checkout. Open to all. The tournaments are in Seattle, Lacey, and Spokane. Register today at championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Let's go to Indianapolis. Here's Seahawks head coach Mike Macdonald speaking with reporters.
Oh, it's a lot of fun. We're catching up from the coach's perspective. So John and the guys have done a great job of setting it up where our position coaches can kind of drive the interview. And it's funny, each interview kind of takes up a form of itself. And you think 20 minutes probably isn't an optimum time for someone to get to know a player as well as you want. But it's funny how much those personalities come out in that time. So it's been a lot of fun. Well, I did it as a position coach, and I did it as a coordinator. Now being the head coach, taking more of a back seat, just more of an observation role. But, just different perspective. And then obviously your role in terms of when you're going to make decisions. And I carry a little more weight now than I did in years past. I'm trying to get caught up. So just kind of any and everything you're trying to take in is my perspective. So all these little data points that you collect along the way, no one really knows which data point means what, or there's all these different variables in play. But to me, it's, can we collect the most data we can possibly get, most observations, most information, and use that to make the best decision we can. Well, you're always going to lean on your staff's experience. So wherever that's coming from, that's one of the reasons why you hired those people, why you brought them onto your team. So you're going to lean on those guys, from things that they've learned and their knowledge. So we have a unique perspective now for our new offensive staff. It's great to have a staff in place this time around, where last year I think we were finalizing it about this time. So, look, I just really believe in the men that we brought into our coaching staff, their leadership ability, coaching ability. It's going to be a fun group to work with. I think our players are going to love playing for them. Yeah. Well, sure. I thought it was important for Clint to be able to work with guys that he has a prior relationship with. Just having alignment on each side of the ball. Having done it a couple times where you haven't had those relationships, I understand that sometimes it's difficult. And with this particular scheme, there's a lot of nuances and that, kind of take the test of time to iron out all the details. So it's not like we have to go back through steps 1 through whatever to get up and running. So I thought that was really important. But these guys are some of the best in the business, too. So to be able to add great coaches to your staff, great experiences, different types of skill sets and thoughts and backgrounds, I thought was important as well. So I felt like it was a great mix. Well, I think I've shown you have to have an open mind, with hiring Ryan last year and what we were trying to achieve there to now. I think based on the circumstances that we're in and what we felt like the team needed and where we wanted to go, Clint's experience was important. Especially his track record with the quarterback and marrying everything going together, and the identity of the football that he wants to play was aligned with, I felt like, where our team needed to go. So that was a driving force behind hiring Clint. Yeah, I think that understanding what the system is and the steps you need to take in order to get the base fundamentals down, get the installs in, And Clinton alluded to this in his press conference, and I see it the same way as him. You have to get really good at the basics and the fundamentals, the bells and whistles, the creativity. That'll come. People aren't just inventing new plays. It's all plays off of plays, and it's all systematic. So that's how you get creative. Yeah, it's a great observation. Frankly, I don't know what the right answer is. You do want guys that are going to affect the quarterback, and interior rushers do get there quicker than the edge guys on average, I would imagine. It is harder to double team those guys with chips and things like that. You have to be more creative. And then it's going to be systematically different for what you're trying to achieve. Like our three techniques are going to look a little bit different than a traditional 4-3 team. The skill sets we're looking at up front, I think, are unique to our system, which is cool. And it'd be an interesting trend to follow, moving forward. Well, I think you're looking at it through the lens of, hey, this is a great player that's really tough. He's really physical, and he can affect the quarterback. I think it really is that simple, and then you piece them together as you build your lines out, and you got to be able to win at the line of scrimmage. That became, obviously, if you can't see that from watching the playoffs this year, then I don't know what game you're watching. But so that'll, obviously we have to be able to do that in order if we want to win a championship. I'm not sure. I'm sure some of the vocabulary changed. I didn't have a chance to really watch those guys yet. Watched a couple a couple games on TV, but I had more chance to watch what Jesse was doing when I was coordinating. I had more time in my hands on Saturdays. But well, it starts with the player. It starts with the head coach, and then I think they just have such a great culture there, man. Just the kids at Michigan were just such a joy to coach every day. The brotherhood that they've created that started with Jim and now Sharon, it's a special place, and the history behind it, speaks for itself. All the alumni, it's an awesome town. It's a great place to coach football, and just proud that they've continued on the tradition that we created a few years ago. Yeah, Zach and I are really close. I think the world of Zach. Got a ton of respect for him. He's a heck of a football coach. But we stay in touch because we're buds. And obviously we're going to catch up with each other on how things are going. But I'm proud of Zach. I thought those guys played great football this year, and they had a chance to win it all in the end. And I'm sure he's going to be diving in like we are right now, trying to get better. Yeah, I think it's really cool that you see Zach's personality with their defense. And that's a tribute to his leadership and the guys and the atmosphere that John builds, in Baltimore and everything, all the things that go into it there is really neat. And it shows you that no matter who's leading the defense, it's still Baltimore's defense, but they're able to evolve and kind of move and shake with who's calling the plays. Well, we want to become our own team. There's principles that we took from Baltimore and the things that I believe in that aren't just specifically unique to Baltimore. I think those kind of are tried and true principles across team sports, especially football. But I think we were looking at it through the lens of, hey, how can we build off of what's already here, but also make it our own? It's probably the biggest challenge. That comes with making some moves and decisions where, you might feel like you're moving away from things, but really we're trying to build off of what's been in Seattle and our brand of football there. And also, hey, what's our personality, the things that we're going to, hang our hat on at the end of the day. So it was a fun process. The guys did a great job. Man, going to work every day with the guys in our building is just it's a blessing. It's a ton of fun. And, how many days we got till they come back? So we're counting those days down. I love, you can turn the tape on and in 5 minutes, it's pretty obvious what this guy's about. If you were to go through the process, it's not like you have to be some football expert to understand the guy's passion for the game. Sometimes, there's a scale to it. But, man, do I really respect those guys that, understand all the calls and what they thought about in that time and, what the player across from them, what the scouting report was on that guy and, the little coaching points here or there that give them edges. Like, you hear some of those things and you can't help but get fired up, through that process. But there's so many data points. Our scouts are on it. They're with these guys for years. They got them dialed personality-wise. So I think when you kind of combine all those things as you go through the process, you have a pretty good feel for the guy. Well, it's a good problem to have. I think we got three really good football players, good runners. They can all do all three things, play all three downs for us. I think Ken and Zach's styles complement one another. Kenny's shown the ability to run wide zone really well too. So It's going to be fun to see how the reps shake out throughout the year and the roles we have for him. But keeping Kennedy Polamalu as our running back coach was awesome for us, and he did such a great job with those guys this year. And I know Clint has a great vision for all three backs on our offense, and excited to work with them when they come back. Yeah. Maybe was he there in 21? He was there in 21? All right, well played, Dan. Maybe that hurt our relationship that game. Now, so Dan and I, we didn't cross paths when I was at Georgia. I think he got there after, but a lot of kind of interconnected relationships, and so we've known each other for quite a while. I think he's one of the best football coaches in the world, and his track record shows that. Just a ton of respect for how he runs his program. I'll be honored to go talk with him and talk ball. I did tell him, I was like, I don't know about the whole, auditorium. Just let's go talk ball for a couple hours, man, and try to get these coaches, give them some stuff that'll help them they can take back to their programs.
Get your questions in for What I Need to Know. Any question, send it now to the Mac and Jack's text line, 866-979-3776. What I Need to Know coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Joining us here in the booth, Mariners broadcaster Gary Hill.
Julio being Julio is still going to matter, I think, more than anyone else you bring in. I think he can be a true difference maker, all-star MVP quality. I mean, we all know what his ceiling can be. And I'm actually really confident that he's going to have a big year. And because we have seen it in flashes where he has been among the best players in baseball.
Yeah.
Like the absolute best player that this game has to offer.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Things are just better when you switch to Cricket. The sun shines a little brighter. Happy music starts randomly playing. Best of all, you can get iPhone 13 for just $29.99. With the ultra-bright Super Retina display and up to 19 hours of video playback, all on Cricket's super-fast 5G network. See? Isn't that better? Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new account and port in on $60 plan. First service charge and tax to its sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Joe Fallon's bedroom mini fridge. Sure, this pint-sized chiller's max capacity is 3 soda cans, but what it lacks in stature, it makes up in cooling strength. Each beverage a perfect 37 degrees every time. And the 2 feet Joe walks to get a drink, priceless. That's why his mini fridge is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Things are just better when you switch to Cricket. The sun shines a little brighter. Happy music starts randomly playing. Best of all, you can get iPhone 13 for just $29.99. With the ultra-bright Super Retina display and up to 19 hours of video playback, all on Cricket's super-fast 5G network. See? Isn't that better? Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new account and port in on $60 plan. First service charge and tax to its sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet. But we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is. Like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Do you want to lose weight fast and keep it off? I'm Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I have a plan that has helped over 4,000 people in the Seattle-Tacoma area lose up to a pound per day. No surgery, no exercise, no box package food, and no drugs or injections with potential side effects. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossklinic.com and also see our incredible before and after transformations.
Yeah, Mike Salk here, and I am one of those 4,000 people. I lost 35 pounds in just 8 weeks, and it's exactly as Dr. Coogan said. I lost that weight while eating good, quality food that you buy at the grocery store, and it wasn't that hard. Call them at 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossklinic.com.
Let our proven system help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person at our Kirkland office or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossklinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossklinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep. Go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 4th, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add an unlimited mobile line. And ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires PayPal split on auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's what I need to know. Get your questions into the Mac and Jack's text line 866-979-3776. You know what I'm upset about? That yesterday we had that one listener question that talked about the sister-in-law who's a horrible house guest requesting to stay over for a bunch of long weekends. And I wanted to know what made her a horrible house guest, and I never saw an answer.
Well, if you're listening,
please tell me. I want to hear like the worst thing she's done, and so that I can be even more enraged for you. What I need to know. What's your favorite Mariners hat combo or logo/color scheme? We all know Stacy hates teal.
Oh man, mine is the one I'm wearing now, the logo. Yeah. But the colors that I like, I have this same hat but with the logo.
Oh, so you like the Trident logo?
The Trident
from the
logo,
Connect.
but I have one that's white and then it has like a navy blue brim. It's not Mariners colors at all, but I just like it.
No, I've never liked the black blue combo of the City Connect.
I like the City Connect.
I just don't like.
I like the hats. I don't think I like the full uniform.
I like the
don't
jersey.
like black as
the
a combination
pants,
with colors.
pants are a bit much.
I don't know. Sunday throwbacks, easy. I always like any version of a throwback.
I like the
anything.
teal brimmed hats.
Teal.
Navy and teal. Yep.
What I need to know. I need to remember I'm on air. With the first, second, third, and seventh players in receiving yards all coming from LSU, should it just be standard to spend a pick on an LSU wide receiver?
You spend a pick on an LSU wideout, an Ohio State wideout, a Bama defensive lineman, and a West Coast quarterback. That's how you do it.
Fair. Let's see. Oh, okay. What I need to know, sports or otherwise. If you could fast forward to the end of this year, what's one thing you would be most interested in finding out about? You can limit it to sports if you're like, I don't want to seem callous, but I would like to know if the Lakers.
No, I mean, I pretty much know how that's going to end up. To make the playoffs, they'll get booted in the second round.
Yeah.
No, I'd want to know if Julio lives up to the expectations.
Ooh, that's a really good one. Yeah, like just not just do the Mariners make the playoffs, which is my mind went to like, do the Seahawks make the playoffs? Do the Mariners make the playoffs? But you're right. How?
Yeah.
What happened? Oh, that's better than mine. I'd want to know who won a Super Bowl, and then I would bet on them winning a Super Bowl. Non-sports? I don't know.
Non-sports?
I would say I would fast forward to the end of the year and then say, what was the most shocking celebrity death this year?
Dang.
I know, but I'm a big pop culture person, and those do get you.
There you
They're
are.
shocking.
There you are. I don't know. Is Trump really going to have take over the Gaza Strip?
Wanting to know.
What are the plans there?
What's up with the Gulf of America? What are we doing out there? Curtis, Matt, do either of you have one?
Sports-wise, maybe just locally, like, is DK Metcalf on this team or not?
We don't have to go out very far.
No. And, like, non-sports, I'm a sucker for, like, celebrity news like that,
Yeah.
too, Stacy. Not like I'm rooting for
No, but like,
anything to
what's
happen,
the most
but-
shocking? I'll take out the death part.
Yeah.
What's the most shocking celebrity piece of gossip
Yeah.
to come from this entire season? This season of celebrity. Did you ever get invited to an event and find out you were wrongly dressed for the occasion?
Nah, because that's the first question I ask. Doing anything.
Yeah.
All right, what we wearing? What's the dress code?
I have never been invited to an event and been wrongly dressed, but I have gone to, it was like the day after Halloween, but it was a Saturday. And here I am thinking, if I go out to a bar, I'm in my 20s, if I go out to a bar, people are going to be dressed up. Surely, it's the Saturday of Halloween weekend. So I have my costume, and I am a rabbit. And I go into the bar with my friend, a sailor, and we show up.
Nobody.
The only two people
it was like
in
me.
costume.
No, it was me and 3 other girls. We were all in costume. No one is dressed up.
That is funny.
No one. Halloween was just the night before, and it was a
leave,
Friday.
or did you just?
I took my ears off. That's it. Still had the tail. Let's see. What I need to know. What 90s thing do you miss that's outdated? That is. Wait, what? What 90s thing to do you miss is outdated? I don't know. Driving to explore. Oh, so maybe what one thing did you used to do in the 90s that you really miss and it's just kind of outdated now? I think that's what they're asking. They said I used to just drive to explore.
Yeah, that was fun. I would say wearing basketball shorts underneath our jeans just in case we were about to hoop.
Oh, yeah.
At all
A
times.
game of 21 could break out at any time.
Anytime. You got to be ready.
If there was a 90s product you guys could bring back
90s
in its heyday, so it could include what's the like On3 stuff that you guys were like. It could
On3?
include like
what?
What's that magazine?
And one.
And
On
one.
three.
That's a recruiting service.
Oh, my gosh. On 3. You guys ready? Ready, break.
On 3, okay.
Man, I'd bring back, it might still be around.
East Bay catalog.
East Bay,
Oh, my gosh.
okay.
East
Thumbing
Bay.
through that every week.
Uh-huh.
Circling jerseys that you knew you couldn't afford. And going up to your mom and being like, Mom, I need this
I'm
Glen
narrowing it
Rice
down to
Charlotte
5.
Hornets jersey. You don't understand.
On 3.
On 3.
I was like, I'm looking at you guys like, you know.
On 3.
Let's see what I need to know. Is it okay to go to a family member's house and turn their thermostat up or down? My sister does this all the time.
Depends on your relationship. I don't have brothers or sisters, but if I did, I'm pretty sure I'm messing with their thermostat.
I turn the thermostat up at my parents' house. It drives my stepdad absolutely insane, but they keep it incredibly cold. In general, I would not touch anything at anyone else's house unless it's like family, close family.
Close family.
Yeah. What I need to know, settle a firehouse debate. That's cool. Is it okay to go to a movie theater by yourself? I think it's weird, but others say it's actually the best.
I think it's fine, honestly. I've never done it, but it sounds amazing.
Same. I've never done it. I think it's completely fine. In the last several times that I've been at movies, there have been people there by themselves, and I didn't think anything of it. I just noticed, like, I should do this one day. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, 425 brought back a core memory about
Yes.
the 90s, going to Tower Records at midnight for first release albums. I never did that, but going to, back in my day, Sam Goody on the day an album was released and getting that thing.
Yeah.
Fighting to open up the packaging. That was awesome.
Yeah, midnight release is not a thing anymore.
Nah.
Because everything's online.
But that's why it's especially crazy when you look at album sales for like big time, all time artists, and you're like, people went out and bought these albums. This was not streaming. This was not like you went and you bought this CD or whatever came before CDs, tapes, cassettes. Like you went out and bought that. That's crazy. What's your most unpopular opinion, says a listener? Mine is that I don't care for music.
You're not human, are you? You're not human. You don't care for music? Goodness gracious. I don't care for, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I'll think on this one. I'll revisit it. It's a big question,
It
listener.
is a big question. Save that for tomorrow.
Save it for tomorrow. We'll think of some spicy ones. This has been Bump and Stacy. If you missed any part of the show, make sure you check out the Bump and Stacy podcast on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, or SeattleSports.com, or on On3. For Michael Bumpus, Curtis Rogers, Matt Nelson, I'm Stacy Rost. Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We've been going position group by position group. We move on to safeties, Dave. So you got Julian Love, who's entering the first year of a 3-year extension. He had a great season. You got Kobe Bryant in the final year of his rookie deal. Rayshon Jenkins is the most likely cap casualty here because he's got a $7.9 million cap hit. And if they release him, they save $5.4 million. He had some plays, but he didn't have $7.9 million cap hit plays.
I agree.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Swedish Cyberknife has been serving the Pacific Northwest with innovative and compassionate care since 2006. The Cyberknife system, with advanced tracking technology and robotic design, keeps the radiation on target even with tumor or patient movement. Being able to precisely and accurately deliver radiation makes a difference in terms of controlling cancer and reducing the risk of side effects. And the treatment is completed in only 5 sessions, lasting less than an hour. But the technology is only half the story. The skilled and dedicated team of providers and caregivers match the technology by providing unparalleled, personalized treatment plans and compassionate care. They are committed to patient-focused care, partnering with the patient and their families. The results speak for themselves. Patient surveys consistently give Swedish Cyberknife the highest of rankings. When diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
It's the granddaddy of them all, the Seattle RV Show, March 6th through 9 at Lumen Field Event Center. Hundreds of new models, over 1,000 floor plan options from over 50 manufacturers. It's your best chance to save all year. Tickets at SeattleRVShow.com, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Cougar basketball is back.
These guys want to get better at basketball. They want to go as far as they can in the game. They want to get their education. They want to be around each other and build a real family.
Coach Riley and the Cougs are ready.
We put in so much work all of our lives for this exact moment.
We are Wazoo. It's only on your home for Cougar basketball.
Catch the Cougs all season long on AM 770 KTTH.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Yeah, happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with the rotors.
Free. Really?
Really, free.
Okay, I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with 5 quarts of oil.
Free? Really?
Really, free. It's part of the A to Z savings event.